Hey, what's up, everybody? Scott here. We're going to do a reaction video today for Robert Sapolsky versus Peter, I think his name is Che, and this is a historic free will debate. So we're going to be talking about free will. Is there free will? Is it an illusion? Um, how are we going to define free will? I think it's a very interesting kind of topic. Brings up a lot of philosophical discussions and questions, and it combines a lot of neuroscience and things we can objectively consider when we talk about this question of free will. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into it. I'm going to have a panel of folks that are going to react together, just waiting on another person to be here. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and try to get this show on the road. I'm waiting for people to before I get started. Hopefully, you'll be able to participate in the live chat. It's something that we like to do here on the show. Talk about philosophy of mind, free will, theism versus atheism, skepticism versus faith, and epistemology. Those sort of things is what we talk about here on the show. So yeah, today we're going to go into this reaction video. Like I said, I'm just kind of waiting for the rest of the panel to show up. If they're going to, give them a few minutes for that. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and get it going. All right. So we're going to bring to the stage Nell. How are you doing, Nell? Let me get us both on. There we go. How's it going today?
I'm doing all right. And when it comes to this specific topic, I would say that I am an agnostic causal determinist. Try to be skeptical of it all, but like looking at what I've researched so far, like I definitely lean towards there being no free will.
Yeah. For me, I'm kind of agnostic on it. I tend to think that possibly it could be kind of a false dichotomy in one aspect, but on another aspect, it seems like logically it doesn't make a lot of sense. In one aspect, like if you frame it a certain kind of way, you can see where obviously it's free will, especially libertarian free will, can't really be the case. But the way I kind of take it, just trying to look at it from a view that is more realistic, I would say that humans are part of nature, or we are nature. And so we are constrained. And so we work within our constraint, but we also have things like imagination. We have volition. We have,
you know, we're not the same as the rocks and the other things in the universe that are inanimate, that sort of just, you know, obviously there's a difference, right?
Yeah. And I mean, some people try to misinterpret determinists as saying, well, then you're just a bunch of robots. And I'm like, no, you know, there's definitely a will, there is agency. It's just, it's a question of, you know, is it free? And, you know, what do we mean by free? You know, it's like, you know, it's like every day we wake up and make choices, and these choices, you know, most of the time these choices aren't under some sort of duress or coercion, but is that what we call free will? And to me,
Yeah.
that doesn't seem like it's freedom. But I mean, at least not in, you know, the free will sense of like, could things have been otherwise?
Yeah. And when it comes to consciousness, can an agent or a being think of something independent of its history? And if not, does that prove more of determinism? On the other hand, you know, if we have like control, like volitional control, and we can choose to focus on a particular object based on like our memories or that context I was talking about, and do other high level reasons for behavior, then it seems like we do have volitional competencies. And this is kind of where we choose to put our attention. And this may be an example of free will. So just the ability to act on one's own desires or goals, even when they are founded on, you know, a limited set of constraints or options. The fact that it can turn out one way or the other way based on your agency is how I guess Peter Che is defining free will, I guess. But we'll let them, you know, define what they mean, of course. So I'll go ahead and put this on the screen, and we'll go ahead and get this thing started.
Welcome to Hoshivar podcast. Today's episode is special because both of my guests have already been here before in separate conversations they had with me, where each explored their views on one of the most difficult and fascinating questions in science and philosophy. Do we have free will? Professor Robert Sapolsky from Stanford University joined me previously 3 times to discuss his book Determined, A Science of Life Without Free Will, where he argued that every human action, every moral choice, every decision is the product of biology, genes, hormones, and circumstances. In his view, the concept of free will doesn't survive serious scientific scrutiny. On the other side, Professor Peter Ulrich C. from Dartmouth College was also with me 2 times to discuss his book, The Neural Basis of Free Will, as well as the neurophilosophy of libertarian free will, where he presented a very different perspective that the brain's unique structure allows for criterial causation, the ability of neurons and networks to set their own selection criteria and thus create true emergent freedom within the laws of physics. Today, for the first time, they are together here in Hoshivar to exchange their ideas directly, to challenge each other's assumptions, and to explore how neuroscience itself is reshaping this centuries-old debate.
Hey, Arlindo, how you doing, my friend?
How's it going? Sorry, I got held up by
No
my
worries.
mother asking me for favors. But yeah, I sort of have been listening, and I also listened to a Bernardo Kastrup video today, a short video about him saying that free will and determinism is a false dichotomy. So basically, he said that free will causes determination. because our will is free, everything that happens after that, the actualization, ends up being determined. So, and the bloke he was talking to ended up saying that when someone dies, it's possible that they look back on their lives and they realize everything was free willed, but because of that, it was determined from the will, if that makes sense. So it's almost like the argument they were making is that free will and determinism are two sides of the same coin. So it seems like a paradox, but it's not really, because consciousness can't help but be what it is. So that's obviously coming from an idealistic perspective.
Well, yeah, it seems to come from really a non-dualistic, in specific, like when you really hone down into it, because it gets into identity, like who is the you and what is the you free from? Like if everything is phenomenal consciousness, if everything is just conscious, then we are really just an expression of consciousness doing what it wants to do or what it is determined to do, or however you want to what aspect you want to view it from. Once nature decides, it becomes determined. And so if we are the expression of that determination, then I can see exactly how somebody would conclude that we don't have free will. It seems because everybody's mistaking identity here. That's one argument, you can really put to that. What do you think, Neil? Neil might have stepped away.
Okay.
Oh no, it was me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go for it.
Oh no, I was just thinking, trying to think, like, if I was trying to put on my idealist hat here, and I was thinking, because I'm usually in the determinist camp, but I'm thinking, if consciousness is fundamental, does that dissolve determinism? And I'm like, the way I'm seeing it though, like when I look at the natural world, and it's like a consciousness, if it is fundamental, is structured in some way. Like it's not just pure chaos. And so I'm trying to work through it right now.
Actually, no, you've reminded me. In that conversation between Bernardo Kastrup and the other bloke, I can't remember his name, they said that, what did they say? It escapes me now, but it's something to do with, that's it. Bernardo Kastrup said, he said something that is very much in agreement with Sam Harris. He goes, we can decide what we decide, but we can't decide on what we're going to decide. So because we can't help but be what we are, which is our nature. It's in our nature to make decisions based on what we experience. We receive information and then we make a decision based on how we feel. So we can't predict what the decisions that we're going to make in the future with absolute certainty, because things could change and we might feel differently. So it's there is determinism, but at the same time we can still feel free to make a decision. It feels free to us. And if experience is everything, then in a sense we do have free will, because if we feel free in a particular moment, in a particular instance, then we are free. But if we don't feel free, if we feel coerced, if we feel forced to behave in a certain way that goes against our wishes, then in that moment we're not free. We're sort of being
Coerced.
forced, coerced, determined. We can't help but react in a certain way. So in some instances we can feel free, and some other instances we can feel determined. But yeah. It's
Well, you know,
we can't.
Bernardo
Yeah.
Castro.
It's not chaos. Yeah, it's not random. It's not random.
No,
Well,
And he goes, because it's not random. It's not. It's determined, and determinism, in that sense, determinism isn't fatalism. So we're not doomed because we can still be happy with our decisions and feel free. If that makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, Scott. Go for it.
I was going to say that Bernardo Castro usually appeals to Arthur Schopenhauer, the philosopher, who talks about the will, and the will is like the center of his philosophy, right? Like the fundamental reality behind the world is not matter, reason, or God, but he says it's the will. And but by will, he does not mean merely conscious decision making, like I will choose coffee or whatever, right? By will, he means something like the will is blind striving. Like for Schopenhauer, the will is irrational, aimless, endless impulse, ceaselessly wanting something. It's not necessarily moral or rational or intelligently aimed that way, but nature expresses will, right? So examples could be like, you know, the gravity, the plants growing, the animals hunting, our sex drive, survival instinct, our identities, the human ambition and desire to do this thing over that thing. So the world is kind of permeated by a kind of will or striving. And so I think he appeals to that as human beings are expressions of, right? So humans often believe that they rationally direct their lives, but Schopenhauer is kind of skeptical. So he sort of suggests like, well, intellect often serves desire rather than rules it. We rationalize after the fact, right? So this would mean
Sounds
that
very
like,
Freudian.
yeah, very Freudian. So like a lot of behavior would be like driven, like Freud would say, like craving, fear, survival impulse, unconscious motives that were seeded when you were a kid. And many people note parallels with later, even today's psychology with that, right? So yeah, Bernardo Castro appeals really heavily to that kind of stuff. And so I guess that's where he says that, you know, free will, when you think of it in that way, it's kind of a false dichotomy in a way. It's kind of like you're mistaking who you are with what you are and deciding that, you know, this construction has to have, you know, this intellectual striving, you know, to do this or that, when in actuality, it's nature deciding for whatever, whether it's rational or not. That will is already put in motion, the wanting that nature has, and that you are the expression of. So like Bernardo Castro often, and I can really relate to this because as a musician, a podcaster, stuff like that, I'm not making a lot of money on any of this shit, right? So my family might ask, well, why do you put so much time into your art and your crafts and your hobbies and the things you like to talk about when it's I don't understand the motivation for it? And it's like, that's because you don't understand the will. You don't understand that we are the expression of consciousness, not the author of consciousness. You know, consciousness isn't something we have, you know, it's something we are, you know.
I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
So anyways, does anybody got anything else to say before I play the vid?
Okay, yeah, just based on what you said, yeah, we are consciousness. It's not something that we have. And even Sam Harris, funnily enough, would agree to this because he made a video a couple of years back now called "The Paradox of Death," because he questioned interruptions within consciousness. I mean, he questioned if we have a continuous stream of consciousness, what happens at death? You know, because we don't experience nothing. We can't help but be consciousness. So there is a kind of paradox there. And that video, if he explored it further, it would have taken him into idealism. You know, because it was beginning as a philosopher. It's one of my favorite videos by Sam Harris. As a philosopher, he was heading towards idealism. If he didn't have any other distraction, he would have realized, yeah, because we can't help but be anything other than consciousness. So even if when we dream and we have disjointed scenes within dreams, even if it doesn't make sense from one moment to the next, it's still a continuous stream of consciousness. There is no way out of consciousness because that's what we are. In idealism, you have to accept that fact. So when it comes to death, it's a big unknown. And to say that we just become unconscious is a belief in itself. It's an unfounded belief, really. The very concept of unconsciousness.
The identity
firm.
there. The I. Who is the I? Like consciousness continues within all agents and aware beings, and if it can happen once, it can happen infinitely. And so, from an idealistic point of view, nature is always aware of something, multiple things. That's idealism. Yeah.
But yeah, no. Going back to what Arlindo was saying earlier to me, I'd say there is a tension within me, because on the one hand, like what compatibilists say does make sense to me on some level, that the decisions that we make, since there's no coercion, that this agency, this will is free. But then the reason why I'm still would say I'm a determinist, though, is just like the more I think about it, it just seems like it still falls into that causal chain of events, and just like there's this hesitation for me to go along with the compatibilist view, I'd say.
There is determination, but one of the things that actually David Bentley Hart pointed out to me, when I spoke to him on the Transcendent Psych channel, he actually said, when it comes to intention, you can't reduce it, because when you ask what led to that intention, there's always a reason. So you would have to know prior to the so-called intention that you already knew that you intended to do something, and you end up with an infinite regress. So you have to assume that intention arises with consciousness, which in his view is also primary. He's much better at explaining this than me, but yeah, it's one of those things that he also appeals to when it comes to criticizing materialism, because in materialism you have to assume that intention arises from non-intentional elements and processes, and that just seems like magic. It's another form of the hard problem of consciousness. It's like the hard problem of intention. You see what I mean?
Well, and that's why I was, I'm seriously trying to, it's like when I said I'm trying, put on that idealist, hat and try to put myself in your shoes. It's like, does my determinism just melt away in, in the fact that consciousness is fundamental? And so that, that's something I have to think about.
Hello, Dark.
Possible, yeah, it's possible for determination to exist within consciousness as a concept, and I think consciousness can interpret certain feelings and certain events within itself as determined, and use concepts like causality, and at the same time it can also, based on if it feels free, it can also come up with a concept of free will, if that makes sense. It's
Dark
almost
Light.
like we create our own reality in a way, experientially. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Dark Light, before I play the video, did you want to introduce, and are you for free will or against free will? Where do you stand? Or somewhere in the middle?
What up, y'all? I am the brightest night. I am the darkest light, and I'm ascending, as are we all. The dark light is upon you. To me, free will is on a scale. there are meta levels to free will. We have the ability to make choices and do things according to our consciousness, so we do have a level of free will. Of course, we can't fly, we can't walk on water, we can't violate the laws of physics. So some people say that because of that, we don't have ultimate free will, but you don't have to have ultimate unbounded free will in order to positively say that you do have a moniker of free will.
Cool. All right, I'm going to go ahead and continue on.
I will begin by asking each of you, my dear guest, to define what you mean by free will and what is it free from. Then we will explore how the brain actually makes decisions, how chaos, noise, and imagination play their roles, and how emergence and the interaction between bottom-up and top-down causation might define what freedom means in a physical brain. So, Professor Sapolsky, I start with you. Welcome to Hoshivar podcast for the first time.
Well, thank you for having me back. And Peter, delighted that we're virtually in the same space here. It'd be nice if it were actually in person, but very glad to be here. And as in the introduction, I think you and I disagree about all sorts of fundamental stuff. So this should be particularly fun. Okay, my starting point is a lunatic fringe stance. Rather than arguing that there are times when we all lack free will, there are some individuals who lack free will a lot more than the rest of us. My stance is there is no free will whatsoever. And that when one considers sort of the workings of human behavior, the conclusion is that all we are is the sum of our biology, over which we had no control, and its interactions with environment, over which we had no control. Furthermore, I even go further out on the limb of extremism by saying that rather than this being dispiriting, depressing, begging for anarchy, if there was no free will, it would actually be a great thing if people accepted that was not the case, and it would make for a much more humane, liberated world. Okay, so what do I mean by free will right off the bat? And I think what I'm focusing in on initially is the two areas where I think people have their strongest intuitions that they are seeing free will in action, and where obviously I disagree. The first one is everyday commonplace stuff. We make decisions, we make choices all the time. We go into a Starbucks and we're choosing between coffee or tea. And critically, at a juncture like that, we are conscious that we are making that decision. We have a reasonably good sense that if we ask for coffee, we're going to get coffee rather than tea. And most importantly, we know we're not being coerced. We could ask for the other thing. And according to the American criminal justice system, but more importantly, according to most people's intuition, that is free will being carried out. If you're conscious of your choices, if you know you don't have to do it, there's alternatives. This is culpability. This is responsibility. Criminal justice has this is the starting point. And my first extremist stance is, while this is very interesting, and a huge amount of science has been devoted to arguing about at what instant does our brain make its decision, makes its choice, and when are we aware of it? Amid that being fascinating science, I think that's completely irrelevant to the free will question, because the only relevant thing to ask is, how did you become the sort of person who would stand there and make that choice? And in a broader sense, how did you become the sort of person who would be living where you are, would be able to pay for coffee or tea, would speak the language, would go, how did you wind up being who you are? And in a sense, the answer is, it's the outcome of all the biology that came before, and I had no control over, and its interactions with environment, etc. And
So, me, I try to build bridges and understand, like with everybody's position, how things can be interpreted. So I guess like Sapolsky's critique of free will can be seen as supporting, in a way, some non-dual teachings, insofar as, you know, both challenge the notion of a separate self, you know, originating ego that stands kind of like outside causality and independent of authors and their choices, whether in ordinary decisions, say, or acts of like extraordinary discipline. I guess Sapolsky argues that outcomes arise from prior causes regardless, like biology, conditioning, environment, neural, you know, brain processes that individuals did not choose. And so this sort of parallels on in that way with non-dual claims that thoughts, intentions, and actions arise within like a larger unfolding reality I was talking about earlier, rather than from like this autonomous, fictional little homunculus self that's inside your eyes or whatever. So while Sapolsky's determinism does not prove non-duality in any kind of way, it is definitely consistent, and it can be interpreted as weakening that intuitive picture of the isolated dualistic self or doer that non-dual traditions also questions. What do you think?
Well, you do bring up an interesting point, like just because, you know, people say, you know, that, you know, both say free will and the self are an illusion. And I know a lot of non-dualists will say that, you know, the self is an illusion. So how much of free will is tied to the self? And if you believe the self is an illusion but not free will, how do you make sense of that?
Go ahead, Orlando.
I have to say, I agree with Sapolsky when he says that any experiments to do with trying to ascertain when we make a decision and they measure the brain, you know, experiments like Libet's, you know, trying to determine exactly when we become aware of making a decision. And apparently it's around 300, I think it's 300 milliseconds before
Milliseconds,
we
yep.
actually become aware. You can see that there's some kind of brain activity leading towards it. So I agree with him that that doesn't disprove free will. In fact, they've replicated those experiments and with the aid of AI, by the way, to aid interpretation of the experiments. And the AI concluded that all it shows is an action potential. So the subject knows that the experiment is about to take place, and it's like a readiness potential rather than evidence of decision making. It's only
Gotcha.
evidence that the person is trying to get ready for the experiment, expecting. It's almost like a conscious expectation. So
Oh,
it
wow.
doesn't prove unconsciousness. So in a
Right.
sense, it contradicts Sam Harris's thesis on free will, because he uses that experiment to disprove free will.
That's
So
interesting, man. What do you?
yeah.
That's I didn't know. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dark?
There's a couple things I disagreed with him about when he was laying it out. He said that we have absolutely no influence over our biology, and that's discounting epigenetics. And he said we have absolutely no influence or control over our environment. And although there is not absolute control over anything, we absolutely have monikers of control over both of those things. So that seems to be the basis on which he was building the proposition that free will does not exist. And I'm just saying that, you know, even if you have the slightest amount of free will, you still do have free will. And a quick connection that I was wanting to make that I forgot to mention earlier is I think there's a direct correlation between free will and movement. Okay, you have the movement of your mind and the movement of your body. and the more restricted your movement is, the less you're going to feel like you have free will, such as in being imprisoned. You know, you don't have the free will to walk around and go where you want when you want, so therefore you're going to feel your free will is greatly hampered. And the same thing if you have any kind of impairment of your mind where you can't have mental motion as freely, you're going to feel that your free will is hampered. So I think there's a direct correlation to the expression of your free will with motion. So that's just some connections I made right off the bat.
You know, one thing he said that I kind of questioned too, because he made like this sort of argument from consequence at the beginning. It was like, wouldn't it be a great thing if we understand that we don't have free will, then we have more compassion and we can address, you know, certain things in a more reasonable way. By understanding we don't have free will, we can have more compassion and understanding. But one thing that, and he said that people would act, you know, more this way or that way in a positive way. But my thought was they did an experiment. Again, we go back to the experiment. They had all these college students were tested where the information pretty much showed they didn't have free will. But then during the test, those who were exposed to that idea seemed to do more cheating and more negative behaviors because they've planted a seed. You don't have free will anyways, so don't worry about it. And then the consequence was that they loosened up their discipline, whereas those students who were given the argument that you have free will, they were more conscientious about their decisions, and so they did more positive things in the test. And they concluded, based on all that, that by teaching people they don't have free will, you sort of encourage them to do negative things. And now, at face value, this seems like simplistic thinking to me. But hey, if the science bears that out, then what am I going to say?
I know what you're talking about, Scott. And
Yeah.
but I do think, and it's been, I'd say, over a year or two now that since I've read his book. But I do believe that his book Determined, he does address that study. And but I forget what he said on it.
Oh, okay. But I just wondered, did the science change on that? I have to look that up one day. Haven't really followed up on that. But that's what I got out of that whole thing.
I was going to say science is always revising itself. And I just remembered one of the interviews that Matt Gray from the Cheltenham and UK Philosophers channel conducted with Michael Levin. Michael Levin was practically making an argument for a kind of free will, and he actually got Michael Levin to admit for the first time that if he had a choice between physicalism and idealism, he would bank on idealism. And basically, Michael Levin was pointing out how when we hold abstract concepts in our heads and we create goals, that's enough to cause the body to react. It has a physical reaction, and it's an example where they always talk about how the body affects the mind, how it starts from the body, bottom up, but they never talk about when there's instances where the mind actually influences the body. So he pointed out how when we wake up, if we suddenly think about doing something, we have a plan, and we excite ourselves, and we kickstart a kind of depolarization of cells. It's something very. It's almost like he was describing an example of mind over matter, in a way. To which Matt replied, "Well, isn't that a kind of telekinesis? Because it's almost like the mind is moving something physical, it's causing a physical reaction. And you know, you would be inclined to think, oh, that's a type of it's a type of free will within a kind of dualism.
Right.
But if you understand all reality to be just pure mentation, but different types of mentation, and obviously feelings are different, they have different qualities to them. It's qualia, basically. You can almost understand that it's all mind, and something as abstract as a plan in your head to do something, you know, it's a kind of motivation prompts the body to go to work within itself to do your bidding. So you start to move in that direction. You know, you get up from your beds and you start to
Well, that,
behave in
I
a
mean, it's
certain way.
fair because
Yeah,
that's just physicalism in the inverse. You know, it's the
yeah,
same argument that they say for physicalism. You know, it'll be that, well, that's just the physical imposing itself upon the behavior in such a way. But, you know, and they'll say that, you know, there may be some compatibilist physicalists, and they'll say, well, yes, because the physical has intelligently determined that it needs to, you know, work within these constraints in order to find an intelligent answer or solution to some problem, like Michael Levin would talk about, you know, on a more Platonic sort of idealistic sort of framework. But the physicalists will just do the same thing in the inverse. So it really doesn't, for me, it's just where it's your starting point at that point. But you know, that's kind of goes into a whole other topic. But yeah, so it's just interesting. But anyways, let me keep on with the video so we can see what else is going to be said here.
And in my view, if you're simply asking what's going on when we consciously choose among options, and we know we're not being coerced, if we mistake that for free will, and if we decide that's the beginning and the end of the conversation, we're missing 99% of what's going on. Because the only reasonable question is to ask, how did you wind up being the sort of person who would be standing there making that choice? I think the second domain in which people intuitively see free will so strongly is the world of interesting exceptions. Yes, you grow up in poverty and there's an increased likelihood of antisocial violence in adulthood and unsafe sex and mood disorders and a whole array of things that on the average you are now more at risk for. And then you see the exception, the person who somehow gets out of there. You see the person who was a homeless street kid in Rome after World War II and winds up somehow being a Nobel laureate. And this is Mario Capecci, University of Utah. You see 1960, the fastest woman on earth was Wilma Rudolph, who had polio when she was a kid. She walked in leg braces. They said she would never be able to walk, and yet she fought through the pain and decided she was going to over. And we look at those exceptions, and likewise, we look at the exceptions of somebody born into wealth and privilege, and they squandered it all away, and before it's over with, they're addicted to something and living on the streets. We look at the exceptions, and we say, oh, that's where we're seeing free will.
Well, see, with these kind of judgments on each other, you know, it kind of reminds me of religious thinking. It's kind of like, you know, well, if you deny free will, then you're taking away the virtue of the Abrahamic gods to enact their justice and vengeance and wrath upon humankind, and to do all these sort of terrible things to the people. But the only reason you don't want to believe in free will is because you don't want to be accountable to the Abrahamic God. And this is why it's done. And this proves it's false. What do you think, Dark? Do you think that sort of plays at least a subconscious role in why people do that?
Yeah, I was making that connection also with kind of what he's laying out, where there's no free will, kind of like with the test that you described, where people that was told that they have no free will, they were taking that as a license in order to do bad things. And I see that the same as the people that believe in sin. If you believe that sin is, in the construct of sin, and that it is inescapable and there's nothing you can do to get away from it, that will give you an excuse to do bad things. Oh, I can't help it. That's just what we are, it's who we are. I can't help but do the sin. We are sinners, So, yeah, I definitely see a correlation there on that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Neil?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually flipping through the book trying to find that spot. But,
But so the point I think he was making is that a lot of people feel like, when you deny free will, you kind of give yourself a license to do all the sinning you want. So it's like, what do you think, Arlindo?
I think that is a bad reason for trying to determine what one should believe. I think first we should care about truth, regardless of how we feel about it, and regardless of how the truth, once it's known to human beings, we shouldn't really be so concerned with, if we care about truth, we shouldn't allow our feelings to prevent us from holding that truth, if that makes sense. So even if it turns out that free will is the case about reality, just because there are certain concepts that we dislike, such as a wrathful God that judges, that shouldn't be a reason for us to deny the truth that free will is the case. I think that first we should consider the truth, and then we should try to figure out how we go about living with it.
So in other words, yeah, you think it's sort of fallacious to kind of argue to things like that without some sort of, at least justified warrant to even proceed from that point. Like, you just can't assume the consequence. Like, oh, this leads to bad outcomes for me, so it must not be true. Like, in other words, some things can be true even when they lead to things maybe you don't want to believe.
Yeah, and also we should point out that even if free will turns out to be the case, it doesn't mean that a wrathful God exists. It doesn't mean that because there is free will, that there is some kind of system of judgment by this deity, and because we have free will, that we're going to be judged accordingly. I mean, we don't have to marry both beliefs. I mean, it could be the case. I don't know.
But wait, Arlindo.
But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Yeah.
Wait a minute. What fun is burning your ass forever in hell if you don't have a good reason?
Yeah.
Well, I got a thought on that. As far as the free will thing goes with followers of Abraham, under their proposition of the worldview, free will doesn't actually exist under Abrahamic worldview, because they claim that their God has the omni traits, which all-knowing, all-powerful. So under that worldview, we actually have no free will. Me going around defying the broken theology of Abraham is not my choice. That is God making me do it.
Right, because if God knows everything in advance before they happen, that means that nothing you can do or say is going to go against God's foreknowledge. His foreknowledge is divine. So if he knows that you're going to take a left tomorrow, in the intersection, you're going to take a left. If you don't, that means that God doesn't know the future. And the Abrahamic God is defined as knowing perfectly the future, I guess.
Yeah, I think the concept of omnipotence and omniscience can be quite precarious as devised by human beings, because one could also say, well, if God is omnipotent, why can't he create a world with beings that have absolute free will? Because if he has to create beings that are determined because of his omnipotence, then in a sense he's also not omnipotent. If that makes sense. It's very muddled, and I think the very definition of God right there needs to change. If we are to preserve that concept, we'd have to say, I mean, we can preserve omnipresence, and we could also say that
but they'll say
God
you're
is the absolute
they'll say you're
substrate
putting
and everything.
but
Yeah.
then they'll say you're just trying to put Yahweh into a comfortable box that makes sense to you instead of just owning up to his wrath or whatever.
I would say we're trying to figure this out, and also see, when it comes to trying to solve the problem of evil, for example, or if you don't like the concept of evil, why is it that we suffer so much? Why is it that there are so many things that could go against our wishes? So many things could go wrong. Why does it happen? I mean, we can create a kind of theodicy where we reframe everything that we experience to define the bad stuff as opportunities to change and do good and improve. So it doesn't have to be a God that judges, but it could be a God that is absolutely everywhere, is in us, it's consciousness itself. That's one way of putting it. And at the same time, because of that, it has a kind of omnipotence to or provides itself with opportunities in a finite form, and it can work with that in a more positive way. But it can also choose the negative way, where we can all say it's all doomed. Look at the world; it's an ugly place. It's tragic. What do you think?
Well, so now that I'm paying attention, I'm thinking that, it's like if determinism is true, that there seems to be the issue of, well, then can we even hold anyone morally responsible? And the way I see it is that, there's no getting around that we are a social species. For societies to function, we have to, have some sort of moral responsibility. If you murder, you have to, the justice has to be served in some capacity. So I don't know if there's any, getting around that. We can't just be like, we can't hold anyone accountable. That just would have society fall apart on itself. But I think what, we could learn from determinism is that, instead of having, a justice system that just focuses solely on punishing people like the US justice system, we could focus more on a rehabilitative system that tries to get people back into a functioning society.
All right. I'm going to get back to playing the video. Let's go.
Seeing willpower, we're seeing tenacity, we're seeing gumption in the case of the people who pull themselves out of terrible initial luck, or we're seeing self-indulgence in the people who wind up in the opposite direction. And what we do there is create a false dichotomy. Okay, there's stuff you had no control over. You got polio, your legs aren't very strong, stuff you had no control over. You're not tall enough to play in the NBA. You were born into wealth. You've got the eye color that you have. these are things all of us accept as, well, yeah, these are biological traits. We had no control over it. And the false dichotomy is then, but what we do with it, the tenacity, the self-discipline, the focus, the impulse control, etc., that we do or fail to bring to the situation, that's made of something else. And the key issue is that stuff is not made of free will. It's made of the same biology interacting with environment as your natural attributes. And where it plays out is what sort of brain you wound up having, and what does it do with temptation? What sort of body do you have, and what sort of pain thresholds did it get? What sort of level of dopamine release can you sustain and thus be motivated for year after year to go after your goal? It's the same biology. It's the same biology of the frontal cortex you have, the dopaminergic system you have, et cetera, is exactly an outcome of biology interacting with environment as your socioeconomic status or your eye color. So my sense is that these are the two realms where people intuitively think they are seeing free will, where it's not actually there. And why it's not actually there is when you go through the exercise of how did they become the sort of person who would order coffee, or how did they become the sort of person who would work and work and work their way through the pain and overcome their polio and become a sprinter? How did they become? Because of what was going on in their brain a second ago, and because of what sensory environment they were in the previous minutes, and what this morning's hormone levels were, and what recent months, recent years' neuroplasticity they had gone through, what brain regions had become more or less excitable, expanded, or contracted, and what sort of frontal cortex were they finishing constructing as a late adolescent, what their childhood and childhood traumas and adversities and privileges were, what fetal environmental effects there were that produced lifelong epigenetic programming, and of course, genes.
I
You
feel
know,
like pushing back.
yeah, I know. I was just going to say, it sounds like I can hear what other people would argue, like, wow, that just takes all the motivation out of doing anything. Like, if I'm just going to operate according to what I'm going to do anyways, why try? It should be easy. It's like, for me, like, I go out, the way I make money just really depends on me, on my performance every day. And let me tell you, it sucks after a certain amount of time of being out there doing this stuff. I just want to go home and blaze up one and relax, right? But I have to really push through it. I have to push through because I have to wait a minute, I got a bill due tomorrow. If I don't get this money today, it ain't gonna really get paid or whatever. And then they'll cut my lights off or whatever. So I have to like make decisions and work through it. But if I take the attitude of, hey, I'm going to do what I'm going to do anyways, maybe I'm just genetically not built to persevere. So
yeah, you talk yourself out of it. Yeah, it begins to paint a fatalistic picture. The way you speak, he's talking about conditions, right? And the conditions don't disprove free will. I'm not saying free will is the case, but what everything is mentioned isn't sufficient to to deny free will, to disprove free will, because say for example, many of us wish we could fly like Superman, right? Especially children, and we can't because of the laws of physics. We can't just do what we want because we're restricted, but we can our will can still be free. We're still free to daydream and even dream and lucid dream about flying. We're still free to have those thoughts. We're still free to desire the flying. Nothing stops us from having that kind of will, which is free. We're free to do that. There is a sense in which we can view our ability to imagine what we want as a type of freedom. And just because we can't act it out in reality, in the waking world, in physical reality, it doesn't mean that we don't have a will that's free. We're just not free to fully actualize it. You know, we're just, because we're not built like Superman, or we're not built like a bird. We're human beings. We're restricted. We live in a world of, you know, where laws of physics apply, where rules apply. You know, we get told that we can't do certain things, but we still have that desire in us. There is still a potential that could be acted out if what surrounds us permits us to do that. You know, if the laws of physics changed suddenly, unexpectedly, and they could. I mean, we can't predict how things might turn out in the future, but if the laws of physics permitted us to fly like Superman somehow, we would act it out. We still have the freedom to will it, if that makes sense. I think it all depends on how you reframe our conditions. But I would say that the conditions are not evidence of that free will isn't the case, and they're also not evidence of hard determinism. You know,
Well, some people
because
could argue. Some people could argue that the difference between why free will is an illusion and whether we really have free will or not, the people who say that we don't have free will say that it's an illusion because we're conscious and we don't know the future. So the two things that are playing out to create the illusion is being conscious and being constrained within that experience, and then not knowing the future as part of that constraint. So, yeah.
but then again, if someone says I made a decision and I felt absolutely free to make it, in
Mhm.
what sense can someone come along, someone like Sam Harris, and say, "Oh, you felt like you were free. From your perspective, you were free, but it was really just an illusion."
Mm.
Because it's almost like the experience is the reality. I could
Right,
use the same argument that he
right.
uses about consciousness to his argument against free will. You know,
Mm.
it's
But all right, so but one I feel like this brings up another issue tied to that, which is though like what's also the sense though in coming up to someone, you know, let's say who's just they have no really good concept of non-duality, and you're just like, you know, your sense of self is an illusion. And it's like well, what does that, you know, even though that could be true, like what does that really do for the person? And I feel like in this same way, like, you know, if I'm, you know, because I don't believe in free will, but I don't, it's like, I don't think I would ever like just go up to a person and be like, hey, you know what? You don't have any free will. All your, you know, I wouldn't like go at it from, I wouldn't try to go at it from that angle, you know? Like,
I'll tell you something. When I watched The Matrix
mhm,
at the cinema for the first time, I was so engrossed in the film,
mhm,
I completely forgot myself. It was just experiencing the film. And then suddenly I remembered that I actually exist as a human being watching the film, you know,
yeah,
but, and then I realized, okay, I'm not really this identity, this
mhm,
person watching the film. I'm really just experience itself, you know, like consciousness. I'm really that awareness
mhm,
that can embody things, that can completely focus on something and forget, you know, and forget everything else. Just
mhm,
completely focus on the event of the film and absorb it. And just because you can reach states where you forget yourself, it's almost like a selfless state. It doesn't mean that you cease to exist because you're still experiencing.
mhm,
It's almost like the realization that the true self is consciousness.
mhm.
is that pristine awareness prior to the conceptualization of you as a human being, as a you know, as an identity in this world. And then I thought to myself, well, if I was confronted by a stranger on my way out of the cinema, if a stranger for whatever reason just confronted me or decided to attack me or say, you know, what are you looking at, you know, all of a sudden my sense of self would increase. So the sense of self actually fluctuates. You can completely forget yourself, who you are in the world. But if you find yourself in a potentially dangerous situation, all of a sudden your sense of self is augmented because it's required for your survival as a human being. It's required for self-preservation, as in the preservation of the human body. If you want to carry on experiencing as a human being in this world, you should be worried about that stranger. That stranger could potentially kill you. So you're going to have to do everything you can to defend yourself, to do
He ain't gonna
anything to
kill me.
self-preserve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna kill me because I got a 45 I carry on my hip.
So what I'm hearing though is that both your sense of self and you could say a sense of free will are good for survival. They're good evolutionary tools, whether they're real or not. You know, is that what I'm getting?
You need a sense of self, and you need to identify with the body if the goal is to survive as a human being and to preserve. Because if you just if you just go in the jungle and then you see a lion and the lion is about to attack you or merely walks in your direction, and if you just say to yourself, well, me and the lion, at the level of awareness, we're the same, so I'm not going to run away from myself. If you say that, you're definitely going to die as a human being. You know, the lion's going to do what the lion does and eat you. Because as much as we can say in idealism, as much as we can say that you and the lion are the same entity in terms of awareness, because awareness is only one phenomenon. The awareness exists in you and the lion. Both of you are conscious agents. Even though both of you are that awareness, it's still the case that the human mind is vastly different from a feline mind. So, you know, there are things that you and the lion can agree on. You know, you and the lion can agree on the particular location of a tree or some other obstacle as you're running away from the lion. What you see in front of you, the lion is going to get to see as well in the lion's own way. And you know, both of you have minds, but the lion's mind is very, very different because it developed in a completely different way and in a completely different niche. So yeah.
And something I just found, it wasn't what I was looking for, but Sapolsky, he said that the people who adopt a more apathetic or nihilistic view upon learning that free will is an illusion usually are the people who just haven't thought about this at all, really. And that the people who, you know, actually do take the time to study the philosophy and, you know, try to understand, you know, determinism and libertarian free will, like they are the people who, instead of leading to a loss of motivation, it usually results in profound empathy, self-compassion, and a desire to restructure societal systems to be more humane. So I thought that was an interesting find.
Well said. I think some scientists lack philosophical expertise. They're not very good philosophers, and vice versa. Some philosophers should become acquainted with the science in order to better inform their philosophy. It works both ways, really. But yeah, I think it's very rare to find a good scientist who is also an excellent philosopher.
Oh yeah, and I mean, well, I feel like the same can be said of like there's a lot of theists who rely too much on personal experience or philosophical or philosophy, and will completely disregard, the empirical stuff. And just like you said, though, that there are atheists or scientists who just reduce everything to empiricism. And it's like, to me, it's like all three of those, experience, philosophical analysis, and empirical inquiry. They're all of that is important. It should all be taken together instead of separated or isolated.
One or the other thinking. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Let me try this.
And then remarkably, even further back, what sort of culture were your ancestors inventing? Parentheses, what sort of ecosystem were they in? Because that often shapes culture. Why is that pertinent from hundreds of years ago? Because that's going to majorly shape how your mother was mothering you within minutes of birth, and thus what kind of brain you were constructing and everything down from there. Why is there no free will? Because all there is, from neurons a millisecond ago to cultural and evolutionary forces and everything in between, are all these interacting biological and environmental factors, and they form a matrix of explanation where, at least from my view, there's no place in there in which you can see what would be something close to my definition of free will, which is to see a neuron or a bunch of neurons or a brain region or an entire brain do something that's independent of its history. If you can show that, I think then you're seeing free will, and I just don't see how that works.
Thank you, Robert. Peter, now is your turn. Maybe please take the next around 11 minutes to summarize your position, how criterial causation, the emergence, and the brain's ability to imagine counterfactual features that you discuss in your books to support the idea that we do have free will. Please go ahead.
All right. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here, Robert and Nate. Thank you so much for organizing. So, Robert talks about influences, and I fully agree. We're very deeply influenced and constrained by our genetics, of course, our socioeconomic status, our exposure to mercury, whether we have genes leading to propensity for schizophrenia or bipolar. All of that has a huge effect on how our lives turn out. But that we are deeply influenced doesn't mean that we are determined. I mean, had Robert called his book Influence or called it highly constrained, I wouldn't disagree with anything, but he called it determined. And determined means that there's only one possible outcome. And with that, I fundamentally disagree. So I think we have to, make a distinction between non-volitional processes in the brain and volitional processes. So for example, pupillary dynamics is non-volitional. If I shine a light in this eye, the pupil will contract and it will contract in the other eye. I have no control over that, but I do have volitional control over my eye movement. So for example, if I'm on the beach and I lose my daughter, I can move my eyes around, I'll say, oh, she was wearing something red. Okay, I'll pay attention to things that are red because I remember that she was wearing something red. And then I'll search in that smaller space of red things, and I'll make eye movements around the beach, and eventually I might find her, and then she'll say, Papa, I'm so hungry. And then I'll have new reasons, and I'll make eye movements now that are, designed to help me find a restaurant for us, and I can have even higher level reasons. I say, oh, today is, the Sabbath or Ramadan. We can't eat until tonight, honey, sorry, right? So we have volitional processes in the brain that allow us to act for our own reasons, such as where we place our eyes, where we place our volitional attention. Okay, so now let me see. You wanted a definition of free will. Okay, I think a lot of people talk over each other because they're using mutually incompatible definitions of free will. So a lot of people have defined free will simply as the ability to choose as you want, to do A or to do B, uncoerced by outside forces. And as long as you act for your own reasons, David Hume defined free will this way. Well, then by definition, this is not, this is compatible with determinism, right? Because a person can be acting deterministically and yet still act for their own reasons. So in fact, the majority of philosophers who study free will are compatible. Now, I happen to be an incompatibilist, but I want to acknowledge that most philosophers believe that free will is compatible with determinism. Now, my own definition would be an indeterministic one, in the sense that I believe that options really must have the capacity to turn out otherwise. So I would define free will as follows. If a mind can alter the probabilities of future events in light of its own reason, and if it can knowingly choose among alternatives, each of which might really happen, then we can say that this mind exhibits free agency or has a free will. All right, so now how can this possibly work in the brain? I would say that we really need to rethink our conceptions of causation and of the role of consciousness. So I want to talk about different types of causation in biological systems than exist among non-biological systems. And I want to talk in particular about two kinds of nonlinear causation that are really defining for biology that you don't see among chairs and other objects. And one I call criterial causation. Now, criterial causation is very different from Newtonian causation. So Newtonian causation is linear. You have billiard ball A and it hits billiard ball B, and billiard ball B has no say in the matter of what becomes of it. It simply follows, basic physical laws like F equals ma. But now imagine a very different kind of causation where billiard ball B evaluates billiard ball A and says, well, if it's striped, I'll do this. And if it's solid, I'll do this. And if it's even, I'll do that. Right? So this would be a very non-Newtonian version of a billiard ball game. And I want to argue that this kind of causation, criterial causation, is very fundamental to the neural code. So that neurons are not simply responding to each other in a Newtonian where action potential A or firing A makes neuron B fire. That is part of the neural code. But the other part of the neural code that is generally not really even acknowledged by many of my neuroscience colleagues is that neuron B is evaluating the inputs from many neurons A, in particular for patterns of input, such as simultaneity. And this kind of assessment of input realizes informational criterial causation. And let me give you a concrete example. If I say to you, just think of anything at random, you might say, well, I'm thinking of an ant dancing with a top hat. But if I place constraints upon you, informational constraints, that affects your output. So if I say, for example, give me the name of a politician, and you might say, Rafsanjani. And I'll say, well, give me the name of a woman politician. And you might say, Hillary Clinton. I'd say, give me the name of a European woman politician. And you might say, I don't know, Victoria May. And I'll say, no, she has to also have red hair. Well, then why did you say Angela Merkel versus, Margaret Thatcher? Well, within those constraints, it might have been random. And if I were to rewind the universe, you might have said the other option. However, it was not utterly random, right? It was constrained. So, David Hume, for example, said, look, at one end you have determinism, where how things would turn out was, in a way, set in stone even before you were born. And the other would be randomness, and you have no say in randomness. The question is there a middle path between randomness and determinism? And the answer is yes. It is criterial causation or constraint satisfaction, where constraints get met and they can be randomly met within that. And I want to...
That's kind of interesting. So I've always heard that there's only one true dichotomy, either randomness or determined. There's nothing in between. That's why free will gets a bad rap. But what he's saying is totally different here. I guess what he's talking about is volitional and non-volitional control that people have. So like humans can choose to focus on a particular object based on, like, I guess, their memories and other high level reasonings. But volitional competencies for where to put attention in this example of free will is the key. Like, I guess his idea of free will is to act on one's own desires or goals, even when they are founded on options that are predetermined. They can still turn out one way or the other. So if events can turn out a certain way based on a person's reasons and behavior between a set of alternatives, then that's free will. So this works in the brain when we consider the role of causation and consciousness.
Well, the fact
so
that someone asked you to name a politician is a kind of causation. That person is causing you to think of politicians, and you have to pick one, and you have to wait for something to come to mind for you to say it. So in a way, it's almost like that person has prompted you to say the name of a politician. So and there is also a sense in which a free-willed action, such as saying the name of a politician, is also a determined action. So it's almost like free will causes a determined action, in a sense. This and it goes back to what we were saying at the beginning, that it's almost like free will and determinism go together, not necessarily in a compatibilist way, but because they are both two sides of the same coin, in a sense. And I'm thinking, as he was talking, I was thinking about how people sometimes have certain habits that they find very hard to break. For example, obsessive compulsive disorder, for example, those are habits. And sometimes what we do, because we have OCD, what we do is a kind of coping mechanism, and it's all we know. It's almost like we gravitate to a short-term coping mechanism until someone teaches us that there are other ways, and those ways could mean some kind of therapy, like not obsessive, cognitive behavioral therapy, for example, CBT. That can help you to tackle your problem in a different way. So, if you're someone that obsesses about something like your body, for example, you can't help but think negatively about your body, in the case of body dysmorphic disorder. And by thinking about that is your way of coping with it. It's a short-term coping mechanism, and that's all you know. And there is a sense in which you compulsively think about that, which is a form of in a way, because you have certain kinds of beliefs. You have core beliefs about your body, your appearance, how you appear to other people. But you can reframe all of that. Someone can come along and say, look, your mind has much more power. You've got the power to reframe how you see yourself. And because we have that kind of power, the power of reframing, that means that we also have the potential to do something about our situation.
Yeah, that's the something.
We can discover that kind of freedom.
That's the something that makes a difference here between just your rocks floating out in space and us. We have that thing that we can actually guide and direct our behavior, whereas a rock in space can't. But see, this is where I sort of sympathize with that. With both positions, free will, but the non-free will perspective is the way I put it. That perspective makes sense. Like, I always think about Donald Hoffman, and I know you're familiar with Donald Hoffman, right, Arlindo? The way that he talks about, well, we should take seriously the physical world. It has consequences, it's real, but at the end of the day, it's sort of a user illusion. It's sort of like an interface theory of reality rather than standalone existence kind of theory of reality, of physicality. And so while we take it seriously, we do understand it's a kind of illusion. And this is going to help us understand the nature of consciousness in reality better when we approach it from that view. So I do have sympathy for the free will as an illusion way, in the same way that Donald Hoffman compares, like, conscious experience of the physical world in the same exact way. And so I see how they can all work. But at the same time, I take very seriously that there's consequences to your decisions, that you have to think it through. That's why we have to deliberate. And especially on the long term, like, yeah, we can talk about Libet's experiment with the pushing the buttons and how we make, short-term decisions on the fly through heuristics and our subconscious. I mean, even the words right now that are spilling out of my mouth right now, I'm not deliberating. I'm not thinking about it. They're just kind of freestyling and flowing out of my head right now, right? And this is drawn, but where is it getting this from? Where am I? Why is my behavior so automatic in the words that I'm just spilling forth? And it's drawing on the subconscious. It's drawing on all my experiences, the language that I know, the concepts that I'm aware of, habits, the things I usually like to say, the tone that I usually like to say them as. And it's all kind of illusory because I don't really realize that part, right? I just talk. And I think I know what I'm saying. That's why my words can be held against me in a court of law, because it's just assumed that when you speak, you're deliberating your words. And I guess sometimes you kind of do more than at other times, but most of the times we don't, do we? We just kind of, that's why people have accents and people have ways of saying things. It's just based on old habits and things you don't even think about. So in that way, I kind of agree with Donald Hoffman, that reality could be kind of like the same way. And then that makes me more sympathetic to Robert Sapolsky, because he's kind of saying the same thing. But on the other hand, what you just said right there is very meaningful. There is a difference between the rock in space and us deliberating our behavior. We just can't ignore either case, right?
No,
I was going to say, I'm sorry, I was only going to say there is a sense in which we're also on a journey of self-discovery, and there are lots of things that we don't know about ourselves, things that other people can point out to us. They can say, you have a certain habit, you have a certain way of doing things. I don't know if you realize it.
Right,
we can see
right.
and they can give us some feedback about ourselves, and then we realize, oh, actually, I do that, and that gives you a new, fresh perspective on yourself, and that could prompt you to behave in a different way, or to be more mindful of how you were behaving prior to that realization. So in a sense, we can't escape that type of causation. We're always constantly receiving information, and we act on that information as it comes to us. It's a perennial discovery, in a way. We can't stop, but it's almost like if you imagine the brain to be a kind of tool for for receiving information, and we experience the sensory input. It's almost like the brain is constantly teased by the environment, and because it's constantly teased, it's constantly reactionary. And in a way, if we didn't have sensory input, we wouldn't know what to do. We wouldn't have much to go by,
Right.
in terms of how we should act in the future, in the next moment. So and we'd probably end up saying things like, I don't know what to do. What should I do? What should I do? And then suddenly, oh, I know. Something comes to you and impels you to behave in a certain way. So in a sense, determinism is true, but at the same time, the very experience of feeling free is also real, experientially real. Yeah.
Go ahead, Neil.
I was just going to say I know it's like I want to hear what the rest of what he has to say about his position. It's this. It's to me. He says that he's a libertarian. You know, he believes in libertarian free will, but he seems. It sounded like he acknowledged though that there are influences and there are constraints.
Right.
And to me, that's like, well, you know, philosophically, that concept requires your choices to be completely undetermined by outside factors. But it's like if you recognize that there are external factors, constraints, internal influences, all this other stuff, well, then that to me sounds more like compatibilism. Like, and that to me, like, if I were to ever change my mind on determinism, it's like to me the most logical choice would be like a form of compatibilism where it's like, you know, it's constrained free will is how I would probably best put it.
Constraints. I don't understand how people, like, I don't even know the motivation why you would want to deny that obvious fact. Like, dude, it's obvious. Like, I don't know. Anyways, let me finish what he said.
Oh yeah, I was going to say the most compelling case for hard determinism I've ever heard is the case of Charles Whitman. Do you recall the guy who went on a killing spree? He killed his family, killed his wife, killed his mum, killed 12 other strangers, and it was out of character. Everyone was saying, "Oh, he's never behaved like this before." Prior to the killing spree, he was a model citizen. He was really a nice guy, you know, and everyone was just baffled. And then he ended up being shot by the police. He was killed by the police, and then on the news, the media was saying, "Oh, the monster is finally dead. You know, he did this. The police saved the day. Charles Whitman was a monster." And then it came out that the police found a suicide note in his pocket, and the note said to the police, "I know you guys are going to kill me, but you have to do an autopsy on me because there's something wrong with me. I'm having dark thoughts I've never had before." So he must have caught a moment of lucidity where he was able to write that note because he was aware that there was something wrong with him. And they did an autopsy and they found a tumor pushing against his amygdala. And that, when you take that into account, you realize it's not that he victimized those other people. Yeah, he did kill those people, including members of his family. But in a sense, he was also a victim of his own biology, because prior to the tumor, he was just a normal person. He was a normal guy. He was a nice guy. But the tumor changed everything. And that, to me, you can't view that other than a kind of determinism. To me, that, you know, it's evidence that some things are beyond your control. My voice is coming now. Yeah.
Yeah. Good point.
And it makes you think, well, was he really a monster, or was he just a victim of the tumor himself?
And if it's true for him, could it be tumors all the way down?
Yeah.
That's what that's what I would say. You know, it's like, just extrapolate that out. You know, that you don't need the tumor. It's this, you know.
Yeah, it's conditions all the way down that you can't escape. You may have freedom in your imagination, but when
I do agree with Sapolsky on that point, that can give you more compassion and understanding, especially in the justice system, and looking at ways to maybe be more proactive in helping people, and, you know, not looking at them as monsters, but looking at them as victims of nature. You know, like Schopenhauer says, the will. You know, the will pushes us to do so many things that maybe upon retrospect, we wish we weren't like that. Like, you know, imagine, you know, God forbid, you know, you have all these child molesters, you know, that do all these sort of crimes, and we are really, most people don't care about these people. They want them out of our society. They want them killed, even to suffer out of vengeance, because how could you do this to a poor innocent baby, right?
Yeah.
I get it. I understand it 100%. I'm part of that. But at the same time, you have to understand that maybe it's just tumors all the way down, or something else that's causing them. Because I mean, not everybody acts like that.
Well, here's a question for you, Scott. God forbid, if someone killed a member of your family, and they were arrested immediately, and they were about to be executed, and then all of a sudden someone invents a pill, and this pill can change the personality of the killer to the point where the killer will realize, oh my God, I can't believe I did this. You know, I would never do anything like this. I'm completely changed now. Now I can see the error of my ways. And I'm so sorry, Scott. I'm so sorry for having done that. I wish I hadn't done that. I'm a completely different person now, Scott. And then the judge said, well, Scott, it's up to you, because you're the victim here. I mean, the families of the victims are victims themselves, and you have the power to decide whether we should kill the perpetrator, or if the perpetrator should be given the pill. What would you choose? What would you decide? Because you would be emotional, surely. You'd be.
Yeah, you know, you make a great point, and that's how I would respond is probably say I don't know what I would do in that situation, because it'd be so extreme. But I can say, because I already recognize the truth in what you're saying, that I could intellectually say, yeah, any sort of idea of death penalty for that person after he's taken the pill would just be some sort of appeal to emotion and to my lower angels, and to something that is not really based in rationality at all, but just based in my
to the pill, would you save them with the pill?
So
or would you
say hopefully I would opt for the pill. That would be my thought now, because I'm not in that situation. I can clearly think. And so I would say, yeah, take the pill, don't do the death penalty, and let's even see if we can forge some sort of relationship after that to make closure, rather than use violence to create closure. So I would opt for positive. But that being said, I'm realistic enough to know that maybe I'm just quote unquote determined to act on my emotions in the moment. You know, maybe in the moment, I don't give a shit. I want them dead. And that's just based on my own determined, you know, way I am for whatever reason. Right. I'm just under a clear thought. I would say no, the pill, no retribution, and even try to forge a positive relationship with that person for closure's sake.
Yeah.
Because if non-duality is true, which I'm pretty sure it is on my view, why should I look at him as any separate than me? I mean, we are both just an awareness, having an experience of who we are, you know, in this, you know, reality, right? So why can't I approach it with compassion if that's really true? The only reason I couldn't would be because the will of nature just pushes me to be an asshole about it. You know,
good answer, perfect answer, really. I think none of us really know how we would react in that situation, but
I mean, if we there is, I mean, this isn't a hypothetical. we can look at Norway. There was that far right extremist who murdered 77 people, and instead of getting a death penalty or a life sentence, they're trying to rehabilitate him, and I think there's the maximum sentence of 21 years. And I feel like to many societies that just seems radical. It's like most societies would not try to put someone back like that out into the world.
Right.
And,
the death penalty.
That feels like I don't know. It feels like, in a sense, they're being given an opportunity that the victims didn't get. In a way, it's almost like offensive. We can imagine rehabilitating the criminals as offensive to the victims that perished. You get that sense, oh, that's not fair. Why is it that they get that chance and the victims never had it?
Never have their chance, right?
Yeah.
Well,
it just doesn't seem right.
Of course, but remember, that's on a very dualistic point of view, which is very tempting to fall into, because we're already talking about a dualistic situation of one person ending the life of another. So this whole idea of other is what's causing the reaction. It's very intuitive. Dualism is very intuitive because it's where we make meaning. It's where we make all of that make sense, right? You have to have these two different opposing asymmetric sort of positions. But we know that as idealists, as non-dualists, we see the oneness of everything, that this whole thing of other is more like an illusion, a user tool to survive and navigate in an evolutionary sort of world of dualistic things. So on one hand, on one perspective, I understand, because we all live in a dualistic society. We have to have laws. We have to have, and we have to be real. Come on, man. We all get angry. Let's not pretend like we don't let other people make us mad, or we don't let other things in life disappoint us or make us sad or happy or whatever, right? Like, these things are very real for us. And as a non-dualist, I am not saying that those things don't exist. And those things can be fixed or taken out of our life. It cannot. This is why I say the will, the determined part of nature is what. So it seems like for me, both are true. I tend to agree with Arlindo now that I'm thinking about that it's really a false dichotomy. It's kind of like both things sort of exist in the same, and that's kind of that's what non-dualism is in a way, if you think about it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's and this is why, because I like the word non-dualism as opposed to monism, but in a sense, monism. This is why I tend to say I'm a dual aspect monist as opposed to a dual substance monist, which would be a dualism, an absolute dualism. Yeah, it's yeah. But I like non-dualism. Not two. It's just one. You can see everything as a totality, and you can go from there.
Yep.
And everything gets filtered through our beliefs, our perception, our it's very much, and plus we tend to systematize everything with our minds. We don't really replicate the world in our heads. Everything is an interpretation in a way, and we can always reframe that interpretation. We can always try and change the way we see the world. So in a sense, it's not dual, really. You take your pick. You pick your reality, in a sense.
Right. And this reminds me, and I'm going to go ahead and announce that here because I just got the message. So remember Sophia? So she used to be the co-host on the show until we had a big falling out. And because I'm the way I am, one of the things that I do that I've observed in myself is I'll have a falling out with people. But one thing that I like to do is while I'm falling out, I try not to say things that burn bridges, so that later on when things cool down, I can rebuild the bridge. You know, it's just my way of being proactive and non-dualistic in my thinking. I try to see everybody as we're all brothers and sisters, right? And so I don't want to keep drama going. So what I did is I saw Sophia make videos on her LFM model, and I provided feedback, positive feedback on her videos, which she was really surprised to see I would even look at her videos and respond after our problems. But I just wanted to extend a nice, sign that, no hard feelings, Well, unfortunately, the reaction was kind of a big middle finger. But
sorry about that, man.
On top of that, it was not only that, I don't appreciate you stealing my ideas. And I don't appreciate you, your last video, which you put up about non-dualism, you basically, she accused me of stealing her words verbatim in the video and passing it off like it's my own, and even dropped Rupert Spira. Wow. So I'm like, what? Whoa. So then she says, instead of going back and forth, why don't you just, she told me, why don't you just have the guts to debate me live? And I'll show you how actually what you promote is dualism. And then she went on and she had a video about her LFM model. So I put up feedback that says, well, it sounds like your model is dualism, because you're the one saying, and I think Arlindo, you had mentioned that too, that what she seems to be arguing for is dualism. So anyway, she just hit me back and said, tomorrow at 10 a.m., she wants to come on this channel and show me how I'm the dualistic one and how her model is not dualism. And she wants a debate, moderated. Nobody talks over each other. Nobody yells or screams or anything like before. So
I mean, she struggled to understand the terms that you were using. Everyone, I perfectly understood, because I'm very familiar with the terms that you used, Scott. But she seemed to struggle and to interrupt quite a lot, and she constantly heckled, and I'm even wondering if this debate is even going to be productive. If you see what I mean,
Yeah, it won't be. It will be very highly contentious. But one thing that I want to do, because I want to expose there's something to learn out of this. And what's to learn is, number one, like you said, the meaning of these words and how you use them are important. And also that, philosophy, when you talk, it's not this deep and serious. The thing is that I was on with Mr. Biscuit the other night, and I'd made this point that, when it comes to philosophy, it's not about answering questions so that we can finally close the question down. That's not the point. The point is to keep questions open. That's why we constantly challenge physicalism. We constantly challenge different views, and physicalists will constantly challenge idealism. It's the arguments keep the question open, keep it an open question. That's a sign for me of intellectual progress, not just saying, oh, it's solved, God did it. End of story. Nothing else to talk about, right? Like, that's not intellectual progress. That's just shutting down conversation. And that's what I really want to hone in on, is that, I think she has and a lot of people do this, I've noticed, is that people have a lot of the wrong impression of what metaphysical debates and philosophical discussions are really about. They're not about capital T truth establishing. It's about questioning the assumptions of everything, you know.
Yeah.
So
She
anyways,
needs to argue in good faith as well. I mean, I think that's important,
yeah.
really, because if you don't,
And stop
then
taking it
what's the
personal.
point?
Stop taking, you notice how she took things very personal
Yeah.
and very defensive, to the point where she's implying that I'm stealing ideas. Like, all I've done with my videos is basically I just read my book. I'm just reading the chapters from my book that I wrote last year. This had nothing to do with her latest video. I simply read the chapters from my old book and put it on a video. That's all I did. But now she's accusing me of lifting her ideas and pawning them off like they're my own, which is bullshit. You know, that needs to be straightened. But anyways,
It
some
sounds
good
like
media
sensitive,
content.
really. Yeah.
Something spicy for y'all tomorrow, maybe.
I'll look forward to it.
Yeah. And Robin, she says, do I need a moderator? Yes, if you can do it. It's going to be tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. So if you can show up, that'd be awesome, man. I'm pretty sure she's not going to trust anybody that I pick for my moderation, but I think you and her get along fine. So I think that would work pretty good. You know, anyways, let me get back to what we're talking about. We're getting way off track.
Yeah.
Free run.
Yeah, now,
Free
sorry
run.
about that
Human
interaction, by the
and
way.
animal agents.
Say that again.
Yeah, sorry about the interaction you had with her. It wasn't positive as you expected. So yeah, I just wanted to say sorry about that, man. You reached out,
Hey,
you
at least I
extended
know.
the branch. Yeah.
At least
know.
I know. You know, I take relationships with other human beings very seriously. I don't just, like, anybody I know and I talk to you and I deal with you in a positive way or whatever, I take that shit very seriously. And I don't like confrontation. I don't like it to get ugly with people at all, ever. And whenever it does happen, it's usually a misunderstanding or it gets mixed up for some reason. And so I like to try to mend the bridges and just assume that it was just some sort of misunderstanding and we can hopefully get past it. But I'm not going to continue to beat my head against a brick wall, you know.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not gonna
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyways, let me get back.
Absolutely. Yeah.
David Hume, for example, said, look, at one end you have determinism, where how things would turn out was, in a way, set in stone even before you were born, and the other would be randomness, and you have no say in randomness. The question is there a middle path between randomness and determinism? And the answer is yes. It is criterial causation or constraint satisfaction, where constraints get met and they can be randomly met within that. And I want to argue that part of human and animal agency is the ability to set such constraints when trying to solve problems. Now, the other kind of causation that I think is very fundamental to neural causation and mental causation is the old idea of cybernetics, right? So that animals have goal states. Some of these are biologically given, like thirst, and then you have the goal of finding water. Now, that thirst signal is sort of like an error signal saying, well, you need to correct this. Now, it turns out that there's many ways to find water. I can go this way, I can go that way, I can weigh this option, I can weigh that option, but I can eventually fulfill that goal. Some of these goals are biologically given, like thirst, like hunger, and they just pop into our consciousness. Other goals are cultural, as Robert points out. For example, I might have the goal of finding a spouse. Of course, being a heterosexual male, I want her to be female and intelligent and kind and beautiful and blah, blah, blah. But I might have other constraints that are cultural, like, well, I'm Jewish, and so she should be Jewish, right? And then I might have other kinds of constraints that are, for example, reason, and they might even go against my biological instincts. For example, I might love the smell of meat. I might desire nothing more than to eat meat. But I have decided on moral grounds that I don't want to harm other animals. and therefore I decide to be vegetarian. So I'm able to set these goal states. So I would argue that in a way that Robert has a kind of backward-looking view of causation in that, here I drew this little picture here, where this would be time, and if I start here and I look back, well, I had to take that path because I started here, and then I come here and I had to go that way, and and there's a kind of inevitability going all the way back, I suppose, to the Big Bang. But we don't live our life backwards. We don't make decisions about life going backwards. We don't make decisions about the past. We make decisions about the future. We come to decision points and we have decisions to be made. We set goals. We try to solve them, and we place constraints upon ourselves. And at these decision points, we realize one possible path over others. And so I would argue that the placement of informational constraints within the neural code allows, among all the possibilities that are possible at the physical level of this particle and that particle, that's all possible at the physical level, there's a tiny subset of those physical paths which are also informational causal paths. And by setting such informational constraints at the neural level, we, in effect, filter out those ones that don't meet the criteria, and we filter in the subset that do, and we're able to sculpt out of the substrate of all physical possibilities that subset from possibilities. We can make that subset actual, which meets our constraints. Okay, I'll pause there.
All right, this sounds kind of like Michael Levin's idea about how organisms in nature decide among a menu of possibilities, and that's where you find your free will. What do you think?
Do you want me to go first, yeah?
Oh.
Or no? Yeah, go for it.
To me, it's just it goes back to that illusion of free will. Like, to me, it's like, the choices you make, like you're going to choose, what you want to choose. It's like you can't want, you can't. I'm trying to think of that saying. You can't want what you want, or something like that. I'm trying to remember the exact.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
But to me, it's like, that's, and people will say, well, then it's all meaningless, But it's like, to me, we're not all knowing. We can't look into the future and see everything. Like every choice is still going to be a surprise, going to be a journey. It's going to, still carry weight and meaning. It's like all that is still there. So, like, I don't know, like
Yeah. I was going to say, actually, there's a layer of reality that deterministic scientists often don't take into account, which is it's not just conscious experience, it's also the quality of it. There's a layer of meaning to reality that needs to be taken into account. And I think that every decision that we make is based on a set of values. So there's like an axiological hierarchy, and it helps us to move, to determine what we're going to do next. And it's all based on values. You can't help it, because and it brings to mind something that David Bentley Hart says in his book All Things Are Full of Gods. He says the ideal thought and feeling is based on truth, or is directed towards truth. It's something like that. And the ideal action should be directed at goodness. And we can't help it. Even people who are psychopathic, they can be self-interested. So in a way, what they value the most is their own interests, and they can't help it. But there is still a value system. It's just misaligned with the majority. So they are hopefully a minority, and that helps to direct their attention. They're going to pay attention to what they value the most. It's like a teenager, a male teenager, heterosexual. Let's say he will pay attention to girls, to women, and he can't help but look. You know, there's a value system there, and you know, I've just said he can't help but look. That boy who likes women so much, when he sees a very attractive woman, curvaceous, you know, typical type, or whatever the boy is into, he can't help but look. It's almost like cocaine. He's addicted to. He has to look because it makes him feel good. It has a dopaminergic effect. So in a way, it's almost like we are determined. We can use deterministic language to explain that reaction, but at the same time, there's something more intrinsic, which emerges from his own subjectivity and what
He's
he
like,
values the most. He just happens to value the most, and that's what makes him happy. He's happy with watching a woman walk by and strut her stuff, and it gets him excited. You know, it makes him aroused even, and he likes to be aroused. You know, and then he wants to have sex.
hey, he's
That's
like,
that's what he
he's like,
values the most. That's
he's like
optimal
Robert
for him.
Plant, man. He's like Robert Plant. He's addicted to love. But look, you know, when all else fails, you can always turn to quantum mechanics to promote whatever it is you want to.
Yeah.
So, like,
but you need to weed out the chaos. You need to weed out the chaos and the uncertainty. You have to get rid of the randomness, because I don't think any of us are free to just speak gibberish for the rest of our lives. We wouldn't like that, because it would be very bad for us sociologically. You know, we
right.
imagine just making a decision right now that you would speak gibberish for the rest of this podcast, Scott. It just wouldn't be very productive. You wouldn't like it. I could even dare you right now,
Right.
and you could say to me, "Yeah, I could do that." You could even make an argument for free will and say, I've got the freedom to will that if I want to, but I won't, because this is supposed to be a predict.
Well, according to Matt Dillahunty, all I got to do is talk about spirituality, and I'm talking. That's all you have to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
and we some of us would like that kind of gibberish, but yeah, go for it.
Well, you know, quantum physicists like Eugene Wigner and John von Neumann, they have interpretations, you know, because we can look at nature to try to get a clue on that answer. But you know, they'll say that roughly, you know, quantum systems evolve probabilistically, right? And then observation and measurement relates to a collapse. So they might speculate that consciousness influences which outcomes become actualized, and it's been linked to free will. I mean, these ideas remain debated, of course. I'm just bringing that up, is that you know, you can always turn to the Bible and quantum mechanics.
And hey, look, like, you know, Sapolsky's, you know, his arguments resonate with me. But like I said at the beginning, like I'm agnostic towards it. Like I'm open to the idea of free will. And maybe somewhere in quantum mechanics there is, you know, something that can, you know, show that free will is possible. But like to me, like it's just the whole, you know, being able to, you know, think inside your head and deliberate choices. To me, that just, I guess, you know, it's a type of freedom, but I wouldn't say that makes the will free. And
here's a picture, actually, and you can tell me what you think, Scott and Nell. Right? Say, you take into account the picture painted by quantum theory, and you read a book like Professor Brian Cox's Everything That Can Happen Does Happen. You know, I think he's written a book like that. Everything that can happen does happen. You know, if it's possible to happen, it will happen willy-nilly, right? And then you can invoke Wolfram's Ruliad. You know, everything goes. There's a kind of ergodicity about reality. It just explores every possible scenario because it just wants to know what's possible, right? And every type of experience. So you have that, and then you end up within an idealistic scenario, right? Idealist metaphysics. You end up with a pleroma. It's a kind of infinite mind with infinite potential. For us, we can see that it has infinite potential. And what that pleroma looks like to us human beings is superpositions. And then we see the collapse.
Paradoxes. Because remember,
right.
if it's possible to have a particular experience under a particular condition, it's also possible to not have that experience under that same particular condition. Both are possible, but if possibilities have to be realized at some point, then you run into a paradox because now both happen. But maybe that's just the nature of reality. That's why I always say idealism and non-duality in a way presents a lot of paradoxes, but it's okay because a lot of these paradoxes kind of make sense at the end of the day.
Yeah. And so with you,
all it is paraconsistent logic. You just have to think consistently. That's all.
That's right. And say with your avatar, right? You have a Hoffmanian headset right now, where you are only focused at a narrow portion of reality, to the detriment of everything else. All the other information has to be weeded out for your survival, and you live within that pleroma, but you only see a collapsed version of that pleroma. That pleroma contains all possibilities, but you only see a negligible actuality of that pleroma. And it means that you see a type of universe that's finitely defined, right? And when you see that, you're already constricted, right? So you have to abide by the laws of what you perceive around you.
That's Stephen Wolfram says that,
right. And because of that, the universe that surrounds you, which is finitely defined, lacks information from that pleroma. So it's been carved out of that infinite pleroma, and it's limited. And because of that, that could explain entropy. That could explain why there's atomic decay. That could explain Darwinian evolution. That could explain all the chaos and all the death, and why conscious agents have to fight for self-preservation. We have to go against the chaos, and the chaos is the perfect backdrop that emphasizes our will to survive. So we're striving for order. We're striving to create order out of all the chaos, because we live in according to our perception, which is limited. We're blinkered species. We're blinkered by our human perception, and because of that,
that's the problem of induction. You know, we can only assume that things are always going to operate according to the experience of how things have historically operated, but we don't really know that. And that ignorance sort of locks us into that constraint that you're talking about in our abilities to think certain things, behave certain ways, make sense of the world when it seems chaotic to us, you know, because of that ignorance.
Yeah. And it gives us purpose. It gives us the will to try and improve our condition, because we realize this world lacks information. It lacks it lacks information from that pleroma, which is complete. You know, the superpositions, the quantum realm. We only see a collapsed version, which is finite, incomplete, chaotic, nothing lasts. And because of that, we have to work with that and try to make the best of it. And hence why our species tries to make progress, and we evolve, and we're kind of teleological. That there's a teleology about the way we go about things. You know, we have aims, we have goals, we, you know, and evolution, Darwinian evolution is true, but it doesn't explain the fundamental. It doesn't explain the will to survive, does it? It doesn't explain consciousness. Even Dawkins himself admitted this. He said consciousness is just an absolute mystery in evolutionary biology.
It can be arbitrary. It's it's really the foundation upon all meaning and epistemology and the way we even do science. So it's not arbitrary. It's necessary and contingent.
I mean, the best that, you know, a physicalist explanation for consciousness that I've seen so far is the functional explanation. For like, you know, if you can explain it within evolutionary terms, you know, but then it still doesn't answer the hard problem.
Not at all. Function is not explanation, but function is very useful. And no one even denies it. So it's sort of an underdetermined, it's a fact that remains underdetermined for idealism or physicalism. It's just like, yeah, okay. Like we all know that. You know, if I didn't feel pain, then I would constantly be sticking my hand on the oven fire, right? But I know better. It doesn't prove physicalism. It just proves regularity and structure. You know, that's all it really proves. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. In the meantime, I'm going to let this play. I will be right back.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the opening statement, Peter. So, Robert, if you have any comments on what Peter mentioned, please go ahead.
It seems like some critical words that Peter sort of focused on a number of times was acting for one's own reasons. Obviously, criterial causation, and the notion of constraints. Big picture integrated version of that, the world as it is, from everything going on around you down to the randomness of quantum events, produces a huge array of possibilities. And then the critical word that Peter uses, which I agree with completely, then we have constraints, means by which we filter out things that are not acceptable. How do we decide to do this instead of that? We generate a whole array of possibilities and we filter out the ones that are absurd or physically impossible or would be disastrous and so on. And then we come up by those constraints, by those criteria, with what we wind up choosing to do. And I think where our key bump in the road in how we think about this is then my saying, where did those criteria come from? Where did that filtering come from? Where did the size of its openings? Where did the positioning of the mesh? Where did those criteria happen? And how did you become the sort of person who would consider this and this possibility to be absurd, that one to be desirable, but fantasy, the third one to be plausible, and where does the filtering come from? And the filtering, I think, is subject to that exact same question. Where did your particular criteria come from for criterial causation? And I think written out on the neuronal level, exactly the example, neuron A has an action potential, and is neuron B going to have an action potential? Some of it is going to be a function of just how much neurotransmitter neuron A released, but it's going to be a function, exactly as Peter said, of what other inputs there are coming into it. And just as importantly, what criteria that neuron has for listening to these different inputs. Where do those different criteria in that neuron come from? From its history, from that tree diagram. In other words, we choose in the future based on the criteria that our free will, free past has produced in us, whether on the neuronal level or the organismal level.
May I jump in?
Please go ahead.
All right. So on Robert's account, really sort of the old nature-nurture question, where we didn't choose our genetics, we didn't choose our constitutive luck. We were born with the genes that we were allotted by a random lottery or good luck or bad luck. And in addition, there's the environment. And we didn't choose our environment. So you might say, well, we didn't have agentic control over our, constitution. That was just constitutive luck. And we didn't have control or agency over our environment. That was some sort of just present luck. And I think that this is really missing a very fundamental point, which is that we ourselves are part of the environment that helps realize what is given as genetic potential. So what is given genetically is not an outcome. Genetics, I think Robert would fully agree with this, places parameters. It doesn't give fixed outcomes. I mean, the genetics, if you wanted to label where every single atom would go, you'd have to have a genetic code as big as, the whole world, right? So what the genetic code gives is constraint. And therefore, if you look at identical twins, they'll have different fingerprints, different pores, different hairs, but, they're very similar. So they met the same constraints, but they were not determined to have an identical outcome. So
that's a good point. So twins have similar genetics, and yet maybe their personalities will be totally different. If genetics really determined all by themselves the way people act, then the genetic argument fails. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I don't know of any determinist, including myself, that would, no, everything he says makes sense. It's like, it's not just, genes determining everything. Like there are other factors, especially the environment. Like there's always that argument that I keep seeing brought up that, some people are just born evil, and I'm just like, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like,
I mean,
like if you're brought up in a culture that revolves around might makes right, and maybe you're brought up to be used as a weapon. It's like, well, no wonder you turned out that way.
Yeah, it's not nature versus nurture. Maybe it's nature and nurture.
Exactly. It's like, and just because you were born with some genetic disposition, like let's say you have antisocial personality disorder, where you have literally an issue being empathetic towards others. You could be, being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. That's the classic sociopath or psychopath. But it's like, just because you have that doesn't mean you're destined to be a terrible person. There are psychopaths and sociopaths who live completely normal lives, and they're contributing members of society. It's not like you're just destined to be awful.
Right. That's that dichotomous thinking, not understanding that most things in reality are on a spectrum. That's very true.
The point I'd like to make, though, is that our decisions play a role in how our potential will be realized. So, for example, I have the genetically given capacity to learn a human language, and I happen to grow up in New York City, so I happen to learn English. And had I been born in India, I would speak an Indian language, right? So there's an interplay between the environment and the genetics. However, I have this capacity to still learn a language. So if I choose to, for my own reasons, I can say, well, I want to learn Arabic, or I want to learn Swahili, and I can go to Duolingo or Amazon, and I can then begin to teach myself a language, and I can realize the potential that I have in a direction that I want myself. I can go to the gym. I say, well, I want to have bigger biceps. And because there's a feedback mechanism, if I do this a lot of curls, I will get bigger biceps. So I think also that we have to make a distinction between different kinds of choosing or intent, right? So there's one idea of picking, right? If I want to pick an apple off a branch and all the apples are more or less equivalent, I can just take one and it's not of any consequentiality. But the kind of free will that I'm interested in is distal. It has to do with a distant future. For example, choosing to get a PhD or to become a doctor, deciding that I want to, realize this path in life versus that, and I'm able to set a goal, and come what may, I'm able to realize it. And so I want to argue that the action in free will is not in these sort of immediate choices, it's in these distal choices. Free will is slow, it plays out cybernetically. I'll set some goal. Take, for example, Martin Luther King, he has a dream. That's his goal, to have a society that has no racism and we judge each other on the basis of character and not something meaningless like skin color. Or take Kennedy in 1961, I think it was, who said, we're going to put someone on the moon by 1969. And people said, we don't have the alloys. He said, we'll invent them. We don't have the rockets. We'll build them, right? So come what may, that vision serve as an attractor state in the future of the system. And of course there are setbacks, but you get that, I get knocked down, but I get up again, right? I mean, this is even true of orangutans in Borneo. Like apparently they will go to where the durian will be ripe in 2 weeks, and they'll, try to get there through the jungle, and maybe they get attacked by a tiger along the way, but they get up again, and then they approach that vision. So the future is causal in the sense that we are trying to realize a vision cybernetically, in the sense that, there's error signals, we get off track, but we get up again and we stay on track. And I think that this notion that causation is simply local like this, it's these atoms hitting those atoms, or, this thought triggering that thought, is really paying short shrift to how causation actually works in this distal free sense, distal free will sense, or slow free will sense, where we're drawn to a goal state.
And see, this is, I've heard this point before, and it's kind of like lets me know that, the difference between, the human agent or really any agent and a rock flying in space is that we're not just inside the causal chain, but we are the author of causal chains. So in other words, when Martin Luther King gives his speech, I have a dream speech, that resonates with people and it moves people in order to maybe shift their thinking from a more dualistic nature to a non-dualistic nature. So they were sort of determined, if you will, by the influence of that speech, right?
Well, I think I would disagree with that line of thinking, because it's like, just because something is inanimate doesn't mean it can't be an author or something. And I'm using the word author in a very loose sense.
Yes. In that way, I get you.
Yeah, because it's like, the sun, is the author of creating, heavy elements. That,
actually, that's a really good point, Neil, because that kind of goes into something I was thinking about. Where I was talking about idealism, I think at one point, and someone was saying, well, isn't the mind contingent on a brain? And it's like, because he got the idea that it's almost like you're saying the mind is non-contingent, like it's just a fundamental thing that it's not contingent on a brain. But we know that when you destroy the brain or change the brain, you change consciousness or whatever. Like if I cut your head off, your consciousness ends as Scott, right? And so I would say, well, no, I've never denied that. I don't think idealists want to say that the mind is non-contingent to the brain. It's just that we're talking about ultimacy. We're talking about fundamental. the brain, the mind, and every object, every experience, everything that exists is contingent on nature, you know, and nature is sort of, in my opinion, is sort of contingent on a field of realization, like a probability, right? So everything is really the probability is non-contingent. So that's like the start. That's like the end point. So like that's why the idealists say that, you know, the mind of probabilities is where everything sort of. And you know, I sort of don't want to say mind because it gets confusing, because mind is sort of what the brain does. But I would say maybe something more like a field of awareness or a field of realization, so that if conditions are met, then a realization can find it. You know, it can inhabit that particular and ingress upon that condition. So it is the condition. You know, it's the probability. So it just kind of reminds me. You just saying that sort of reminds me of that argument that you know we want to go back farther than just one arbitrary limit, right? Like, yeah, we're constrained by the brain, but that isn't like the whole story, right? Like,
No,
you have to, it's kind of like if you want to know how to bake a cake, well, the first thing you have a universe, right?
Yeah, no, the brain is definitely not the whole story,
Right.
And to getting, pointing to what was being said in the video, like I'm not seeing the connection between long-term planning or goal making and free will, because it's like, even with that, where it's like, all right, I'm thinking of, take my real life, for example. I'm a medical assistant, and, I'm thinking of going back to school if I can afford it. I have that problem as a U.S. citizen, being able to afford school, to go back and, become like a X-ray tech or MRI tech. And to me, like, just that decision, though, of wanting to help people in that way, like, that's all built upon all of my previous experiences that got me to this point to make that decision. Even though I don't think in that, in the present now like that, it's like that's all in the background there.
All right, let me keep on going.
You're mute, Robert.
Sorry
It's
again.
okay. It's okay.
Right to begin, I'm delighted, Peter, that you're rejecting things like whether or not you push this button in the next second as being interesting. And that's where, like, the free will battles play out. I think we're dubious about the world's focused on the Libet experiments for slightly different reasons, but we are both equally disinterested in these battles being fought over that. And I think Adina Roskies has done a great job of saying, no, free will is like what your moral compass is going to be like. It's not whether or not you push this button or that button in the next second. This entire literature is terribly impoverished. So we're completely in agreement about that. So where am I seeing determinism, where you, Peter, are seeing influences? Say, take that example, the identical twins. And they've got the same exact genes, yet there they are with different fingerprints, with different tastes, with different everythings. And what you conclude from that is any person who says, if you study genetics, genetics will teach you there's no free will, is wrong, because twins aren't identical. And why aren't they truly identical despite identical genes? Because it turns out it matters if their mother had one placenta or two. About half of identical twins have one, half have two. And that makes a difference as to nutrient levels, how similar or different they are. And for example, whether you and your identical twin shared the same placenta is a predictor of how similar your IQ is going to be. So that's pretty cool. So now what we figured out is, unfortunately, if you have a geneticist and, I don't know, an obstetric expert, and they say our two disciplines prove there's no free will, they're wrong. They can't do that, because nonetheless, despite even having the knowledge that they have identical genes and knowing they had one placenta or two, and so now you know what's going on, and yet there they are with different tastes and different proclivities and all that and different fingerprints. Okay, so what we also know is at the moment of birth, identical twins already have dramatically different patterns of epigenetic markers.
Yeah, Nell was just making that point that it's not just the genetics. So that's kind of a straw man.
It's not just the placenta either.
Yeah, it's not just any one particular thing. And he also mentions that Arlindo, you pointed to earlier about the Libet test. I'm glad you brought that up, because, yeah, it seemed like he agrees with you that that's really not, it's really an impoverished study. It doesn't really have enough information, enough data points to draw any conclusion. So yeah, he made that same point.
That's why Sam Harris's free will should probably be updated, revised even, because that experiment has been peer reviewed and it doesn't conclude what he said it did. And the same with the twins. The placenta isn't just the dividing factor in the case of twins, because they are separate in space as well. They're going to have different experiences. Even if they're identical, they're still going to develop their own personalities, their own likes, dislikes, based on how they perceive the world, which won't be exactly the same. And that can make all the difference. It's like the flowering is different. Each human being is like a flower that develops across time. And, we have many influences around us. And at the same time, we feel like we make choices based on what we come across. So we're not separate from the universe. It's all one big dance, really. This is what I'm getting from this. It's not just maybe there's a middle way between free will and determinism, and not necessarily compatibilism, because I think compatibilism can still be a form of soft determinism in a way.
No, that's how they describe it.
Yeah.
Did Sam Harris make the argument that the Libet's test proved determinism? Because I get annoyed when fellow determinists try to use that argument.
I wouldn't blame him. It's just it was very popular at the time. We didn't have LLMs like we do now. These experiments have been peer reviewed using AI now, and they're very, very precise. So Sam Harris could only go by what was available at the time, and what Benjamin Libet himself said, because Libet said we don't have free will, but we might have a free won't, because we can veto the decisions,
which is a form of free will, as Deepak
yeah.
The thing is, I know it's ridiculous, and it's like the thing though about Sam Harris I don't like. It's just like he sticks to the Libet experiment, like he also sticks to that split brain study where the guy won a Nobel Prize back in the 80s for, and he says, see, consciousness can be split there can be one consciousness. You can split that consciousness itself, the awareness. You can split the awareness into different segments. And it's like, that has since been debunked. Like, I had a debate with some.
To Bernardo Kastrup, it's just another form of dissociation within the same body. So
yeah, right. And then the study in 2017, there were like 4 or 5 different studies that all peer reviewed, concluding that no, consciousness is not split. It's just consciousness. What's split is just the perspective. It's just separating, the angle at which the brain interprets information. That's all. It's not. It's the same consciousness. In fact, this points to the hard problem of consciousness. Why does combining create the unification? It's called the binding problem. How does conscious experience bind into one synchronous thing?
I am interested in decentralized consciousness, though, like with the octopus. I feel like that's an area that we haven't really studied enough of.
Yeah, I wonder, because are they different? The funny thing about it is Michael Levin says that actually there's disassociation even among the same embodiment. In other words, even humans have different streams and different attitudes and different opinions, even within their same embodiment. Their same form can present. That's why, if you do a split brain, you've got one side of your brain that's an atheist and another side that's not. And it's just when you combine them, you have one or the other, or maybe, something. But just let you know that, are you really an atheist? Which side are you appealing to, though?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And they're white blood cells.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's so much that we don't know, and there could be so many dissociations within dissociations, and then we have the case of planaria as well, which brings to mind memories. How are they stored? What's going on there? And all of a sudden reincarnation is back on the table. Because it makes you think, well. It's almost like planaria have their own type of reincarnation, because a new head can remember what the old head learned. And then you start to think, well, could something like that be going on with human beings? But we can't regrow our heads, but we can give birth to our offspring. So one wonders if, that can allow for a type of reincarnation where someone in the future can remember having died as someone in the past.
Have you heard about that experiment, Arlindo, where the World War II, the children of World War II, Jewish people that were in concentration camps, inherited certain fears. And this was all anecdotal, of course. There's no way to test for that. But the anecdotes that were given were that, they've inherited fears from their grandparents, even though they weren't told about them. They just kind of inherited them naturally. And so they wanted to put that to the test. How can we test for that? So what they did is they got a bunch of mice, and over a few generations raised mice, where they explicitly taught mice to go to this particular water spigot for water, and this other water spigot would give you a slight electric shock. And so, of course, the mice all learned to go to this one particular spigot without the electric shock. But then what happened was even their kids and grandkids went to the right one without being taught with language or anything like that, of course. So they just inherited that behavior. So it's almost like they said this is almost like a form of, they incarnated from their parents that fear. So that fear was sort of reincarnated through the form of the grandkids mice or great grandkids. I like it happened over generations, not just one. Like it was inherited. And so it was really interesting.
That's phenomenal.
That's really
No,
weird.
definitely. Wow.
How can
That is
experience?
very weird.
Yeah, how can
Yeah.
experience be an inherited trait? But apparently, that's
Yeah.
how evolution works. So
Yeah. Unless it's indications that we are actually all one mind, the mind of nature.
what it
It's
is.
just the universe.
Well, that's the dirty secret that they're, that
Yeah.
they were kind of not wanting to admit, but also saying, "Hey, we have a problem."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like the other day, I was watching this video, this interview. I think it was with, damn, who was it? Was it Christoph Koch or somebody who was complaining that, in circles of academia and science, it's been told to me that, this was a few years ago that, there's two things you don't talk about in polite society, especially within the scientific community, is God and consciousness. Like his criticism was like, yeah, you can do that, but you do know that it's not really appropriate in polite society to really push on those type of things. And his whole point was, yeah, that's just them being the oligarchy and they're just being the high priest of science, trying to tell you what dogma you can accept and what doctrines you can't. And it's science not supposed to be like, why not? Why consider it impolite? Why not?
Yeah. And the thing is, when I look at the four horsemen of new atheism, and I used to admire them a lot, but now I wonder if there's an underlying political motive for what they say. They would be inclined to dismiss idealism because, as they've been fighting against Christian fundamentalists and Sam Harris with Islam, and they all wrote books about atheism and how God's is very improbable in the aftermath of 9/11. So one wonders if it's convenient for them to affirm physicalism and to deny other types of metaphysics, such as panpsychism, idealism. Even though Sam Harris had to kind of entertain the conversation that consciousness might be fundamental because of Annika Harris, but you just wonder if there's an ulterior motive there to stop people from philosophically exploring that too deeply, because it might give too much of an inch to religious institutions and dangerous religious ideologies, for example. And I think that's a real concern of theirs, really. But even if even if we could definitively prove to them and the whole world that idealism is indeed true, it doesn't necessarily have to give credit to established religious belief. It doesn't have to necessarily affirm that the monotheisms of the world are true. It just has to admit that indeed reality is built that way. Indeed, it's all one big mentation.
Well, the
If
thing that
idealism is correct.
Sam Harris really kind of threw me for a loop, and I think who brought that up? Someone I had on the channel. My man Alex K from Reality Gone Mental. He was on the channel and he referenced this too, that Sam Harris said in one of his latest videos, I think with Alex O'Connor. Sam Harris said, well, I'll admit, the idea of consciousness strongly emerging from the brain and this and that, it's kind of like saying that if you just line up enough apples at the end of it, a watermelon will occur. Like, it's just kind of ridiculous. And he goes, and then yet, I 100% believe that's the case.
Well,
So
that's magical thinking.
Why?
It's another doctrine.
Right.
Yeah. And I think Alex O'Connor, pushed him on that. Yeah.
Yeah. And Alex O'Connor says, yeah, but you know, he also thinks that people who don't believe that are crazy, you know. And it's like, but you just admitted that crazy fucking belief, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's willing to, in a way, it's a kind of religious belief. It's almost like he wants that to be true. It has to be, even though it doesn't make sense in his head. He doesn't know how atoms and molecules moving a certain way and interacting in a particular configuration could produce something that seems magical, like consciousness. It's like a genie coming out of a lamp. Even though he doesn't see how that could possibly be, he's still willing to entertain it and to say that must be true. And yeah, it's promissory physicalism. At some point in the future, we're gonna see how it all works. Yeah,
yeah.
It's a kind of faith. It's a kind of faith.
You know, I understand that talking snake sounds crazy, but how else are we going to explain the day?
Yeah, yeah.
I know.
You know, it's very easy for atheists to put down scripture. You know, if it's taken literally. But when you start to interpret the talking snake as a metaphor, even if it's for a real snake, but you imagine an ape-like creature encountering a snake, and when the Bible says, the snake speaks to Adam, and Adam is an ape-like creature. If you imagine that happening in evolution, you can almost say, well, what does the snake say to the hominid? The hominid freezes up. The hominid is terrified. It's almost like the snake is impelling him to improve himself and to become like God, like a god on earth. So the ape doesn't have to fear the snake anymore. It's almost like the snake speaks danger. It's like, look at me. I could be a threat to you. So the monkey freezes up. The snake isn't really speaking, but that's what the snake means to the monkey. That's danger. I ought to know more about the world in order to circumvent danger. I ought to aim towards perfection. So that's almost like aiming towards a perfect being. So you can see the whole thing as a metaphor, really.
I mean, like with my research of the Bible, you know, I used to be a big time Bible thumper and stuff, but you know, just based on all of my research, if I'm really honest, and I eventually admitted the honesty on it all, I think that when it comes to stuff like that, that's just ideological. You know, it's like ideological myths are just traditional stories that explain origin, cause, and characteristics of things we may not have an answer for. Like you gotta think
it's a bit like the epics.
Is the snake is like man's arch enemy, right? And so, well, how did the snake come not to have legs? Well, you tell this story, and that explains why the snakes have no legs, you know, and why humans die, and you know why animals behave a certain way, and you know, it's just their explanations born out of that sort of mythology. But they're not, you know, you don't have to take them literally. They're just sort of, they're like fun stories, you know, that people tell, kind of like movies that we do today.
And many of them were for entertainment. Yeah, because I mean, even the Bible has a comedic side to it, because you know, it's you know, when God finally appears and they're hiding, and God is supposed to see everything, but they're hiding because they're naked. And then when God says, you know, what the fuck did you do? I told you not to eat from the tree. What does Adam say? Adam says, she made me do it. You know, he doesn't take any responsibility. So you can imagine that story being told and people just listening to it and laughing. But it's supposed to be an attempt at explaining why things are the way they are. You know, like Eve suffering.
Seriously, though, people do take it literally, even though maybe the intention wasn't for it to be taken literally. Still, people, even till today, take that literally. And even like Jesus would quote those sort of stories and explaining why he's going to return. And just like in the days of Noah, it will be in the day of the Son of Man. And people took that shit serious, and Christians all through, the traditional Christians through time have always said, yeah, Noah's Ark story was real. It happened. And just like then, you're going to have scoffers in the last day laughing at, just like they laughed at Noah about the rain. It's, oh, that's crazy talk. And then it happened. And then all the people were being married and given away in marriage until the day they died in the rain. And just like that, the Son of Man is going to come back and do the same thing. So yeah, it's possible humans actually take these sort of fictional stories as real, and they do. They did back then, and they do today, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, they can be real, but not in a would you say, a literal sense,
right?
But they can be real, as in, for example, the story of Cain and Abel. They could be stories real in the sense that they keep happening over and over again in families. You get one brother who's responsible, and the other one doesn't take any responsibility. He wants all the rewards without having to work hard for them. And there are rivalries within families, sibling rivalries. You could take that to mean, it speaks to something real, but not necessarily something literal and historical. It hasn't happened. They didn't exist at near the dawn of time as two brothers and one killed the other. It didn't exist at any one particular time. It keeps happening as an archetype over and over again. It could speak to human psychology, human nature, for example, and patterns that people detected over time, patterns to do with jealousy. I think people go wrong when they take the Bible too seriously in that sense, literal.
Yeah.
It's historical. It definitely happened.
You can get as much wisdom out of Little Red Riding Hood. Like, I would agree, but I didn't like the part where the wolf ate the grandmother. I thought that was a little X-rated, and I didn't really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I didn't like that part.
Especially for kids, that's quite dark, man.
Kids, especially
some of Disney's animations, they are quite dark, really.
Yeah,
even Bambi. I mean, poor Bambi. No
it wasn't
parents.
appropriate for polite society.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
All right, let me keep on going with this video. I don't know if we're gonna make it through though. Let me try to fast forward to something and just pick up from here, because we're not going to get through this.
Kind of unconvincing when he's given those answers. He's not making eye contact. I'm taking this guy in. Consciousness played a role. And what we would show experimentally is if the person had a different skin color, the cop would not consciously decide these person's answers are not convincing. They seem to consciousness. I'm not sure where that plays in, because once again, the attributions we give to volition can be pretty suspect. And this takes us to a beautiful quote of yours that I've seen in a bunch of places, saying, just because you can show a circumstance where a seemingly volitional conscious choice was coerced, that doesn't mean they're all coerced. And I think the answer to that is they're all coerced. We just don't recognize where the coercion came from. It's easy to see it if it's happening from 1 second before. It's a lot harder to appreciate it if it instead came in fetal life or something, that if you look closely enough and put all the pieces together. In terms of bottom-up versus top-down causality, this is where I think we have our most intellectually challenging differences. I think we both agree bottom-up emergent complexity is one of the coolest things in the universe and is totally fascinating. All the interesting stuff in complex systems show emergent properties and often remarkably small number of rules that they have followed, and remarkably similar rules in very different systems, how ants go about their business and how our cortex goes about wiring up. And what we see in all those cases is you get a higher level emergent something, which not only has properties that can only be described at that level, but which nonetheless is still the deterministic outcome of what came below. Where we begin to differ is now this whole issue of how much can the upper level reach down and influence the building blocks down below. We have absolutely no doubt it can reach down. An example I love is you look at the visual cortex and the first layers of it, and by all logic, to get information from your eyes, all of its input should be by way of the retina and the lateral geniculum, and that should be where it gets it. The majority of the inputs to the visual cortex are coming from higher cortical processing areas. That's emergent top-down influence right there, telling us that interpretation is much more about sensation than we would normally think. Okay, so we both agree it works that way. I think where we have our difference is how much can the upper level, when it reaches down to influence the constituent building parts that were the engine of the emergence, can upper levels change the basic nature of the lower levels? And I think there's no way, and you have the argument be the case, and I'm not completely sure how you get there.
Go ahead, please, Peter. Yeah.
Yeah. So, right. So, bottom-up causation means it's driven by the stimulus, and top-down causation means that it's not driven by the stimulus. It's driven by something like an expectation or a mental model, or where you put your volitional attention for your own reason. And we can do this. You know, we can say, we can have our eyes closed and say, okay, when you open your eyes, try to see animals in the clouds, or try to see human faces in the clouds. And you open your eyes and poof, you do see human faces. So you can have some volitional control over how bottom-up inputs will be interpreted. So I would say that imagination, which is where I think the action is in free will, and that's why I wrote this other book called Free Imagination, is because this is a domain of virtual reality where we can do truly virtually anything. The laws of physics, although neurons are constrained by the laws of physics, the imagination itself that is realized in that neural activity can, I can imagine things that don't obey the laws of physics. I can imagine that I can fly. I can turn myself into a dog. I can fly around Mars. There's no limit. And I want to argue that the volitional operations that take place in working memory that we can call imagination allow us to reach conclusions like, oh, I'll put a propeller on the end of a wing, and instead of creating an ornithopter that flies like a bird, I can suck the wings forward like Orville Wright did lying in bed. And he said, oh my God, I'm going to go build that thing. So the imagination is the source of these operations, volitional operations, that then can be inherited by actions in the world downstream. And then, the Wright brothers went and built an airplane and changed reality. So I want to argue that the real location of our power as volitional beings lies in these volitional operations in the imagination, in working memory. And it allows us to have a kind of freedom that other animals can. So I say,
Sorry, I was muted. So do you think imagination is the demonstration of free will?
I don't know. That it didn't really sound like a strong argument. I was actually more interested in the whole bottom up and top down, like by just how much can the top, change the bottom, and has, the top ever completely changed the constituents parts, completely. And that.
What do you think, Orlando?
I was thinking about epigenetics when Sapolsky was saying about bottom up and then top down, and also how we can do something about our situation. You know, I think there's definitely a top-down influence, and we use our minds to do that, and there's imagination, and I think I can come up with a picture that can outdo both of their interpretations. You know, I think that we are limited in what we can know, but we can have eureka moments, and we don't really know where that comes from, how that comes about. You know, we can have not just eureka moments, but what's that word where you realize that you know something, but then you can't quite articulate it, or you know that you know something, but you can't bring it to the fore. And I think it speaks to the unconscious mind, unconscious to us, but something beyond us. And every scientist should be aware of this phenomenon, where even Einstein was aware of it. Any scientist who has an idea, or an idea comes to them, an insight comes to them in a dream, it's something that they didn't have before. Something that was that was put together, and it comes about especially when they're trying to figure out the solution to a particular problem, and they can't do it by themselves.
Yes, they
But
get it
when
in
they
a
relax
flow
their
state.
minds, yeah,
Yeah, you get it from
yeah, that's right, a flow state.
yeah, flow state.
Something
And
else
you
does
know, hey, the thing is that I think gets missed is that actually a lot of scientists and philosophers already argue that top-down causation occurs. Basically,
Yeah.
what they're saying is when like higher level sort of organization, like goals or system states, influence lower level processes, that's what top-down causation is. Like examples would include like mental states affecting your physiology, or
Yeah.
say like attention shaping neural processing is what it's called. Like but you know, a lot of proponents don't claim that top-down causation violates physical laws. That's not what they're saying. They're just saying that there are higher level structures that constrain or organize lower level dynamics within them.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm trying to think, the placebo effect, that's a top-down process.
In expectation, like the idea of expectation, even though you're drawing off like memory or intuition, this is a kind of top-down, because those things don't exist within the lower levels. Intuition is something that's a higher level metacognition.
Yeah.
And a lot of those expectations color the way you interpret the world.
And turns out, I think Michael Levin spoke about this, and also Dennis Noble. It turns out that Lamarck, you know Lamarckism. You know, there's Darwinism, and then there's Lamarckism, and it was largely discredited because Lamarck was claiming, apparently, right? Lamarck claimed that if you chopped off your limbs, then you could pass that to your offspring in the future. They could be born without limbs because, you know, halfway through your life, you had your limb chopped off and then you procreated, and you could pass on that trait, which is, you know, it's a fallacy. It's never been proved to be the case. But actually, Dennis Noble said Lamarck had a point in that whenever our bodies come across a pathogen, and epigenetics factors into this, whenever we come across a pathogen that we haven't encountered before, our bodies and our immune system tries to adapt to
Mhm.
that new pathogen. It literally reaches down all the way to the cellular level, and it can alter our DNA. They've actually showed that it can alter specific DNA structures in order to try to accommodate the invader, so it doesn't do as much damage. Provided that you survive, it starts to make alterations, and those alterations to your DNA, if you happen to procreate after those alterations, you can pass that on to your offspring, and your offspring will have a new adaptation, a new update that you didn't have prior to becoming infected with the pathogen. And that
Yeah.
makes a difference. And it's not that just your offspring inherits
Mhm.
your DNA, half of your DNA and half of the mother's DNA. It also inherits the useful updates
Yeah.
in order to protect itself.
Yeah. It's
And that's the kind of yeah.
Oh no, I was just going to say that's the endogenous retrovirus. They, all this does is actually, you're actually showing evidence of evolution happening on large scales. So thanks for
That's not what Max Doubt said. If you remember, he talked about that. He didn't like that at all.
Well, yeah, it was. Yeah, no, like Arlinda is, what he's saying is completely true. It's like, the virus is able to change your DNA structure, and and it's not like it's changing it in some drastic way, but it's, and these events are extremely rare, but it's like over hundreds of millions of years, all these small little changes add up, and it's like,
Yeah.
So it's like, I think it's estimated around 8% of the human genome is basically viral graffiti. So
Yeah.
Yeah. And junk
Yeah.
DNA.
Mhm.
How dare they call
Actually,
it junk?
Dennis Noble makes an argument that what we called junk DNA turns out to be quite useful. It's not so much junk because we didn't know what they were for then, but now that junk DNA is getting smaller and smaller now because it's actually tied to interconnected with everything else, and it actually fits a purpose. That's the other thing I meant to bring up, and then when you take into account the way Michael Levin sees um, biological systems, cells and tissues, he speaks of them as types of intelligence. Every part of your body serves a purpose and has a kind of intelligence, and you start to wonder how that fits into idealism, because if you imagine yourself to be more localized in the brain, so you're more localized in the brain. The brain represents the hub of your mind. It's a partial representation of what your mind is, but your mind, your immediate mind, comes with a team a team of agents that work with you, right? And they're your organs, and your organs let you know when something's wrong, and you feel it through sensations. And I'm also wondering if it goes beyond that, if if parts of your body can actually communicate with you in dreams. So we have many types of dreams, right? And some dreams can be precognitive, some dreams can be telepathic. There's an argument to be made that dreams can allow us access beyond our immediate information, right? But I actually had a dream when I was really drunk, right? I got drunk at my son's birthday party,
Mhm.
and I got so drunk and I fell asleep. I woke up to use the toilet and I still felt drunk, right?
Mhm.
And so I did my business. I returned to bed and I had this dream, right? And the dream was there was a kind of smog. I was in this town, and there was a smog that was killing people, and there were screens everywhere showing the news and saying people are dying, the smog is spreading. So it was kind of apocalyptic. And then suddenly I became lucid in the dream. And when I became lucid, I was immediately approached by a dream character that looked like my mum, but the dream character didn't have pupils, didn't have irises. It was just white. It looked like a zombie, right? And it rushed towards me, and somehow it began to tell me off. It had that tone of telling me off, but it was speaking gibberish or some unknown language. I couldn't understand this character, but she grabbed hold of my neck, and she was pushing me and having a go at me. And when I woke up thinking, I can't be drinking like this anymore at this age. Those were my first thoughts. So I began to think of a theory. What if the dream character, because we see representations in dreams, right? What if the dream character was a representation of my liver, for example, talking to me and telling me, look, you need to slow down, and everything is representational within the dream. And that's how I see it. That's my way of conceptualizing that information, that signal from my liver. How do I get the communication from the liver, and how do I begin to explain to myself onirically within my dream what's going on? And then I see, and it's, and my liver is urging me, you have to behave, you have to stop drinking. And what do I see? What's the next best thing to try to explain that kind of intelligence? Oh, it's almost like something is mothering me. So I see something that looks like my mother in my dream. It's like a symbol, a representation for this intelligence that's trying to communicate with me. So I'm putting together an explanation of that type of communication. So my whole body is like a team, like a mental team that's with me. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, man. That's exactly what I've realized too, is that your whole body talks to you through dreams, through feelings, that's what intuition kind of is in a way. It's like,
absolutely,
I wonder, why am I feeling weird about this place or this person or this thing? And it's because my body is signaling me. And there are parts of the brain or parts of your body, they don't use language. Language is part of our what do they call it? Our
It's usually part of the left side of the left brain hemisphere, isn't it? The left hemisphere of the brain.
The executive function of your brain does language too. It's like I just can't think of the name of it. Neocortex. So
that's
it. Tends to inform language, and it's part of your right brain self or left brain. I can't remember. I think it's right brain. Yeah. And
that's right. More holistic.
Yeah. And so it doesn't use language. So you'll just get these urges, these feelings, these weird, like the butterflies in your stomach when you go on a date or something like that. Like you get that feeling that your body's trying to tell you something, or prepare you for something, or it does something for you,
That's
and
right.
that's just your body teaming up, and I think I agree with Levin that all intelligence is collective intelligence.
And it's funny because this particular dream character, it was talking to me, but in gibberish, but there was a sense of urgency that it definitely got across to me. Listen to me, it's like it grabbed my neck. There was a sense of urgency. And my first thoughts as soon as I woke up were, I can't be drinking like this. It got the message across, Scott, honestly. And to me, I began to think of Michael Levin. I began to think of, the body as a kind of intelligence. And we're all a team. We're all in this together, trying to preserve this avatar, and we ought to listen. We ought to listen, because if we don't listen, if we don't pay attention to all these symptoms, we're going to perish earlier than what we could have. You know,
And by extension, we have the ecosystem and, you know, Gaia. Like by extension, we have the same sort of thing of dissociation, but tight relations, but over a disassociation, like our bodies. You know, all of these things are disassociated because they don't use language. They don't necessarily realize things all at the same moment. But when they team up, and they do, they can unify into like this feeling, into this motivation, and it affects your behavior. And it's kind of like the earth may do the same shit, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking though, would this also solve the combination problem that panpsychists have, where it's like integration information theory that, you know, the theory's exclusion postulate dictates that only maximally integrated portion of a system is conscious, you know, means the smaller subsystems or individual parts literally cease to exist as a standalone conscious entities within the unified complex.
That seems to make a lot of sense, because I think one panpsychist who developed, David Chalmers, he kind of talks about that, you know, it's kind of like, you know, the panpsychist wants to say that, you know, the brain is the combination of all these different neuronal and genetic and blah, 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 coming together from their own little conscious perspective to combine and create this overall perspective of the you or the self or whatever. So you have, like, you know, capital, you know, the capital C consciousness, which is really derived from lower level conscious processes all occurring within your body. So it's almost like consciousness all the way down. And so integration, and that's sort of compatible with IIT, that integration of information theory. I can see that, you know, I can see that. And you know, the weird thing about that is, if you were to take that serious, like suppose I said, okay, I can see it, and it maybe is the case. How does that affect idealism versus physicalism? Well, it definitely throws physicalism out, but I'm not really sure how it takes idealism out, because idealism seems to already take on the fact of disassociation. So there's nothing really weird about that on idealism. But a lot of the physicalists would say, well, the problem with panpsychism is they have this combination problem, an interaction problem, because it's dualistic. So they'll say, look, the physicalist wants to say, no, everything is just physical. It's one thing. It's non-dual. It's just one physical thing. But for panpsychists to come along and say, no, it's a disassociation of different conscious entities in their own world, all collaborating to create the self model of some system. And then what the physicalists would want to say is, no, that's got logical problems. First, you got to explain, how does the interaction happen? Like, how are these things relating into a unified experience? You know, the binding problem. And then they'll say, and then also you have this combination problem. What law have you established that shows that just by combining a bunch of conscious atoms or particles or molecules together, that it should add up to some unified experience? Right.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm no panpsychist, but I was just thinking maybe IIT helps bridge that gap.
Well, yeah, that's well, you've heard. I guess it sounds like you've already know. Christoph Koch said that already. He said that really idealist. That's why he's more of an idealist. Is he says no, the problem's fixed with idealism. You know, basically, all integration information theory is saying is that consciousness is fundamental to integrated information. So wherever there's integrated information, the underlying structure of consciousness kicks in. Like it's not that integration causes consciousness, it's that integration allows consciousness to possess it. It's the other way around. So in other words, a system doesn't have consciousness. A system is conscious, so long as it meets a sufficient level of interaction or integration rather.
Yeah.
So that, I guess that's how he would fix that situation. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
And Donald Hoffman would say,
yeah,
our reality is just a desktop of symbols. It's all representational, which means that we shouldn't take any particular object too seriously. It's all a VR headset. It's almost like we're living in a GTA game, or idealists are actually saying that reality is a kind of dream, really, where not everything represents a conscious agent, but it's a reality of representations, and that way they can bypass the combination problem that panpsychism seems to suffer from. It's just it's information, like Scott was saying. It's like an informational space. That's the way Federico Fagin would also view it.
It's really just dualism versus non-dualism. Because panpsychism is idealism is all. Panpsychism to me sounds like dualistic idealism, and idealism seems like just some sort of monism. That's all.
Yeah. So the idealist would say, even if the panpsychist figures out the combination problem, why not just go with the more parsimonious position?
Yeah. One could even say, broadly speaking, that idealism is a type of panpsychism, because what does panpsychism mean? Pan, all, psyche, mind, all consciousness, all, it's but I think physicalists, when they try to find a solution to the hard problem of consciousness, they start to consider constitutive panpsychism, where matter is still there, matter still exists, it still comes first, but each subatomic particle and each molecule has a property which is consciousness. Consciousness is just this property that particles happen to have, like spin, mass, and everything else, and charge. So it's all physical, basically, to them. But every physical entity happens to have consciousness as a feature, which is, and then that starts to differ a lot from what idealists really mean when they're describing reality. Idealists mean to say that everything is literally all mind, it's all mentation. Every unit of information that you see around you, that speaks to you, that means something to you, is just made of mind stuff. It's the mental medium, and there's nothing else. And everything that you see around you is just representations to yourself. It's the contents of consciousness, and then in the end, there's only consciousness. Consciousness is the ultimate reality.
Well, one thing I liked that drives home that point that I like is that one time I remember seeing, I don't know if you saw this, I think there was a debate or a panel discussion on consciousness, and one of the panpsychists who wrote books on it, damn, my memory is fading, man. Really popular panpsychist. What's his name? He wrote a book about Galileo's error. I forget his name, man.
On the tip of my tongue.
Yeah. Well, anyways,
was it Philip Goff?
Philip Goff, that's him. Philip Goff.
Yeah.
So Philip Goff was, he's a big panpsychist, but one of the things that he was talking about was how, he was describing, you know, how you can combine the atoms and the molecules and this and that to create this unified conscious system. And so one physicist in the audience got up and he goes, am I understanding you correctly? Are you trying to say that atoms are little billiard balls that you can combine together into a form like a physical? Is that really what you're talking about? And he goes, yeah, well, if you take each atom, and then he goes, wait. He goes, the problem is that you're thinking about atomic science is very outdated. He goes, we've known for over 100 years now that atoms aren't little billiard balls. Though that's not really what's going on. Like, you're taking the science textbooks way too literal. Like, those are just pictures. Those are just the way they, you know, just so you can understand. But basically, atom, subatomic particle, we now know they're fields. They're not really, they're excitations in the field. They're not really things like little balls you can put together. So I don't understand how are you getting at? And Philip Goff was like, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Later on, you know, he was like, yeah, I went and I researched that, and he's right that atoms are really fields. So then Bernardo Kastrup said, yeah, so for you to say that the consciousness is in the atoms, then you might as well just be an idealist, because we know that the fields are non-local, they're entangled, they're, you know, like, you're not really making that point anymore at this point. So I think now he calls himself a cosmic consciousness guy.
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, I think he's changed his position, and I think it was Kastrup who also said, because Kastrup was saying, Bohmian mechanics has to assume that particles are like billiard balls. But if you take that view seriously, then you have to believe in magic, because we know for a fact that some subatomic particles pop in and out of existence, and that is a type of magic. You have to believe in magic. You know, it doesn't explain that type of phenomenon. How is it that particles appear and disappear out of the blue, just like that? And there's no ether, you know. And then he said the only way to explain that phenomenon is if you assume that particles are ripples. They're ripples in this unified field, and different types of ripples can come together to form a whole new different type of ripple, and that's congruous with what we see in Large Hadron Colliders when they smash particles together, right? Kastrup was saying sometimes it's tantamount to watching two Ferraris collide, and suddenly the Titanic emerges, and you think to yourself, how is that possible? You know, and it can't be that particles are billiard balls, because that's impossible in and of itself. So the only way is if you imagine that we live in a field of ripples, and when these particles clash, and they're analogous to Ferraris, and they clash to form something like the Titanic, something completely different and more massive. When you take into consideration how fast the particles were traveling, and how big they were, how fast they were, the speed, when you take everything into account and you add everything up, and the distance, apart from each other, the initial distance apart from each other, all the way to when they meet, when you take all of that into account, you get the Titanic. You get everything adds up, and that can only happen if you assume that particles don't really exist. It's all just one field.
Yeah,
and we can understand that field through ripples. Yeah.
Fajin also says that well, a lot of physicalists he talks to say, oh no, well, it's you can track all that as real through what we call Hilbert space. That's where you get it. But Fragine says, yeah, but they lose sight of the fact that Hilbert spaces are just mathematical abstractions. There's not really a Hilbert space out there in reality. That's just a useful, analogy to describe what may be going on with quantum field theory, but it's not really what's literally going on,
Yeah. And I feel like the whole billiard balls analogy is where we got the idea that atoms are mostly empty space, when that's also false. Yeah. Because electrons do not orbit nucleuses like tiny hard planets with vast empty gaps in between.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That's the point. It's just amazing how, it's the same thing problem like with Sam Harris we talk about. Like, there's just so much outdated information that these people are peddling, and you would expect so much better from them because they're supposed to be professional thinkers in these things and speakers. You would think that they would have done their homework and kept up with the science in the latest,
Well, see, this is why every philosopher needs a scientist by their side, and every scientist needs a philosopher.
Yeah, correct. Because you want to draw off forget even like ontological claims, just even so that you're not putting out misinformation. Like, try not to do that at least.
They end up saying everything's just numbers and mathematical equations out there, that they don't, it's a nondescript reality. There is no qualia. It's just, invisible fields moving, and somehow they come together to produce us and produce brains that can create a far richer, qualitatively richer picture of the world inside our heads. And all of a sudden there's color inside our heads, and there's everything else. But all of that comes from a reality that has no description whatsoever. And we're expected to believe that and disbelieve the descriptions of afterlife realms, which tend to be very colorful. And they say, oh, that's all nonsense. That's all mystical nonsense. But it seems like the afterlife realms described by many, religious traditions, they seem closer to the reality that we perceive than the reality that they're painting for us that we're supposed to swallow. It beggars belief. It really does, because, Dennett really took physicalism to its logical conclusion. But the problem is Dennett dropped the wrong thing. He dropped mind. He said mind doesn't really exist. In essence, that's his argument. His argument eliminates consciousness. There's only physical stuff, and somehow that creates the illusion. And you say to yourself, but that sounds more unbelievable to me now. That sounds more unbelievable. It's like appealing to magical thinking. It's another doctrine.
Well, it's the assumption. X Music brought up Richard Rorty, and that's kind of applicable here, because he said he rejects the notion that the mind necessarily mirrors reality. And it doesn't necessarily do that. It just mirrors our subjective perception of reality. The way that we transcend the limitations of our perceptions is through things like mathematics and logic and feelings, experience, those sort of things. But
it's indirect realism as opposed to naive realism, isn't it?
Yeah. And like I don't know if idealism is true or physicalism is true, but I do know that I am having an experience, and anyone who tells me that experience isn't actually real, I'm very skeptical of that.
Well, that's practically what Dennett said. He said something like this, right? any explanation of consciousness has to necessarily start from unconscious elements in order to have a coherent explanation of it. We need to start from non-conscious elements to get to, you know, the illusion, as he put it. But then again, if you take that logic and apply it to cosmology, for example, and apply it to reality itself, to physical reality itself, you have to assume that in order to have a physical reality, you have, you know, in order to have an explanation of a physical reality, you have to start from a non-physical standpoint. You know, why should his logic apply to consciousness but not to physical reality? You know, it's almost like sophistry. It sounds plausible on the surface what he says, but when you really examine his words, it doesn't bear fruit. You know, is either being stupid, intellectually stupid, or dishonest. Because if you're going to say that about conscious, if you're going to argue for strong emergence, you also have to argue that our physical reality starts from non-physicality, and then you start to wonder, well, what is non-physical? What examples of non-physicality do we have? The only thing that we can come up with that's closest to that kind of concept is consciousness, because we can't find it anywhere, and yet it's the whole world.
Yeah.
It's
Well, that's
you
what
know,
it is.
it's weird. It's weird.
What it is like,
Yeah,
it can't be anything
and
else.
it's us at the same time. It's almost like we are the world at the same time.
Oh yeah, just like the song said, man. We are.
We are the world. Yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
I'm gonna play the rest of this vid.
You know, like a tiger has a first order free will. It does have a kind of imagination. It can say, I want to kill that tapir in the Sumatran jungle. I can go this way, which is louder but shorter, and I can go this way, which is long, you know, and it can evaluate. But there's no tiger that says, oh, you know, next year I want to be a different kind of tiger. I want to be a tiger that eats fewer tapirs and more pangolins, right? Tigers are much more driven by instinct. Now we have these beautiful, huge area 10, you know, prefrontal cortex that allow us to restrain sort of prepotent bottom-up stimuli. And I want to argue that this lovely prefrontal cortex gives us a kind of second-order free will where we can entertain future possible selves and then choose through practice to become a new kind of chooser. So, for example, next year I want to speak Arabic, or next year I want to speak Mandarin. And in a year, if I study really hard, I become a new kind of nervous system, a new kind of chooser, one that can process Mandarin. And I want to argue that, and this is following Aristotle in his Nicomachean Ethics, that we can automatize that which was once volitional. And that's the beauty of our system, is we can choose to automatize the processing of Mandarin, so that, you know, then after a while of 3 years of practice, I become a being who automatically processes Mandarin. I can't help myself. What Aristotle argued in his virtue ethics is that through practice, we can become the envisioned person that we imagine by trying to be more honest, by trying to have better character, and we automatize that. So the irony of this is that the deepest free will, I think, is that we take out of the domain of choice that which we choose to take out of the domain of choice. We automatize that which we choose, and through practice, we become that over long periods of time, that which we envision. We become that doctor that we hoped to become 20 years ago. We get that PhD. We get that wife. We become, you know, a Mandarin speaker, and applied to character, we become that person who lives more in accordance with the principles we had, say, than we did before we were practicing. And I'll stop there.
Well, building on that, it's back to the same questions. How did you choose what kind of chooser you want to be? You had no control over that. Did you choose to have the level of motivation needed to sit there every evening and memorize vocabulary lists? Did you choose to have the sort of life where you weren't working 3 jobs so that you had free time in the evening to sit and learn Mandarin? In all those cases, the ability to choose always comes back to how did you become that sort of chooser? And even on this higher order level you were bringing up, how did you become the kind of chooser who would choose to now become that kind of chooser? Where two people go into a movie theater, they watch the same inspirational movie, they both come out wanting to be different types of choosers afterward. The first one comes out saying, that's totally amazing. That was so moving, this philanthropic thing this character did. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to go volunteer for this good deeds organization. And the other person comes out and says, that was a totally amazing movie. I've never seen such great cinematography. Starting tomorrow, I am going to be a chooser. I'm going to choose to go study all the movies made by the cinematographer. So each has chosen to now become a different sort of person, but we know they didn't go into that movie not having been sculpted by everything that came from the past, so that one of them comes out choosing about their subsequent good deeds and the other comes out choosing about who they obsess over when it comes to cinematography. I think choosing to be what kind of chooser you want to be doesn't get you out of that problem. I think it just turfs it to a higher level of how did you become?
But please also, when you respond to Robert, please also mention about the agency, because this is a term that is being used in the literature as well as the new argument against deterministic, how the agent, the Kevin Mitchell book Free Agent, and Robert has already discussed about this. Please also mention about autonomy or agency among your words, and I would like to hear what Robert is responding. And then for the last part, we can move to a little bit of moral responsibility. The audience asked me to separate this, the science versus the moral responsibility, and like criminal justice, but I don't know if I can find you and sit you down, maybe talk about that. So let's, at the end of the discussion, we cover a little bit. But please go ahead if you have comments around that, and also emergency. Thank you.
Okay, so just to answer Robert's point, first of all,
Sure.
I fully agree that we are deeply shaped, but it's a little bit like a building, right? To build a building, I need to have scaffolding. And the scaffolding, once the building is built, I can take it away, and it's as if the scaffolding would have never been there. But without the scaffolding, now the building won't get built. Now you can think of a brain or a mind as requiring scaffolding. We need mentors and culture and people speaking a language around us, and all of that goes into the creation of our brain. And then after we've learned, Persian or English or whatever our mother language is, then we have internalized it as part of our building, so to speak.
See, this is why I say that this topic always turns kind of semantical, because see, both of these guys are going to agree into every point each one is making. Oh, I agree with you. We are massively shaped and by our brain and our mind. And the other person, yeah, I agree with you. We are not aware of the scaffolding that, like, everybody's going to agree with each other, yet they still hold on to a different conclusion. And to me, it boils down to a semantic, like, kind of, it goes back to what Arlindo says. It's kind of reveals to be a false dichotomy. It's like, what you're calling no free will, he's calling free will. And you're all agreeing on the reason why. And so when that's the case, that's a sure sign for me of a semantical argument.
It often comes down to semantics, really. This is why I always say it's important for all parties in a debate or a discussion to define what they mean by the terms being used, because some people use free will in a different way to someone else, and the same goes for God. And actually, just hearing them speak reminded me of something that I think Henri Bergson, the French philosopher, said, and could also influence the way we act in the world. He said something like, and I think it goes for animals as well. The eye only sees what the mind is ready to comprehend. It's something like that. So how can you make, for example, how can you make a well-informed decision if you don't have all the information available? And it's true that we can be aware of that. We can actually realize that, look, I'm not sure I have all the information required to make a proper decision here, because there are so many variables and so many possibilities for the future. And if we want to get a particular outcome, I'm not sure on what to decide. I can only guess, and then I'll make a decision, right? Because I'm not seeing the whole picture. And then when it comes to animals, we could say something similar is going on, but they are even more restricted. Many animals, for example, in the jungle, they haven't got time. They have to be, in order to survive, they have to be very instinctive and highly reactionary, and they can't afford time to think. Thinking requires time. We need to, even we know this, in order to think carefully about something, in order to deliberate, we require time. Often we say, look, give me a minute to think about this. We require time, and we can afford that because we don't live in the wild. But these animals don't have the same luxury. They have to be constantly on the go.
The ultimate heuristic.
Yeah, they have to be fast. Know.
Well, so, it's kind of the same thing with the morality question. It's almost like it turns into semantic, because someone will say, well, is morality subjective or is morality objective? Yet people still do what they want to do. People still can form reasons for why they believe such and such is moral or not. It's the same thing with our free will decisions. We can all tell stories of why we decided to do this or that, but it's all sort of ad hoc, and it's all sort of, semantic. It's all.
I mean, yeah, I mean, regardless if I believe in free will, compatibilism, or determinism, I'm going to be making the choices I'm going to be making day to day.
Right.
Actually, Scott, you reminded me the word believe, because in order for you to have a strong sense of right and wrong, you have to believe in it. You really have to make that distinction and believe that that's, the good is the best course of action. And you just reminded me that the word believe, the English word believe, actually comes from the Germanic belieben, which means to will or to act. So when you believe in something, you actually act it out because you believe in it so much. It creates the impetus for action. And it somehow is tied to the notion of free will. And at the same time, we are kind of determined by our values. It's almost like an axiological prison, because we can't help but believe in something. And when we believe in something, we act on it, and there's no way around it.
Well, see, this is my thing, and I've talked about this before, is that you've got, I believe you've got two different kind of beliefs. You've got embodied beliefs and you've got intellectual beliefs. Like, I can say, well, I'm sort of on the fence about free will. Maybe someone could say, I don't even believe in free will. Yet they all these people look both ways before they cross the road. All these people have to make conscious decisions every day. And so in a way, then they believe they're freely doing it. You know, they're doing it as opposed, and they get angry when people decide things that they don't like. Okay. So it's almost like their actions and behaviors betray them. And it's because they have intellectual beliefs that they're really good at, you know, talking about, but then their embodiment is going to tell a whole different story. And it's the same thing I have with non-dualism. Non-dualism falls into that category. Like, I can talk intellectually all day long about idealism and non-dualism, but every day I'm dealing with me versus the world every day. Otherwise, I'd be bumping into objects all day long, right?
Well, I think that goes back to that whole, you know, evolutionary advantages thing. It's like we can intellectualize our way to a belief of, hey, there's no such thing as free will, but it's just that the way it just helps us navigate the world in our day-to-day, it just that overrides every intellectual thought.
Yeah, so that brings up a whole other philosophical can of worms. Like, should we take our intellectualism seriously?
Yeah.
If we're not acting in strict accordance with our beliefs, then does that betray, you know? But I don't know. I just say that I accept, you know, part of non-dualism in the way I understand it is that that's to be expected. You would be expected to have these sort of paradoxical natures of us, right? As thinking agents, you're going to have that because that's what non-duality is. It's non-dual. It's not two things. It's one. So that's already a paradox right off the bat, because otherwise, why would I even decide to do a podcast today if there's no free will or no dualism or any? I mean, why am I trying to have a conversation with another person? You know, it's like it's just a language. So for me, it's a language thing. That's why I keep getting back at semantics. It seems like our language sort of betrays what concepts we're really trying to get across, you know?
Yeah. And if you are I'm not saying you, Scott, but everyone in general, if you're going to be a materialist and a determinist, a hard determinist, how do you begin to explain how one can derive an ought from an is? You know, the is ought problem. How does that happen? You know, because if everything is just is cause and effect, no intention. You know, the substrate has no intention, no consciousness, nothing, and then somehow, you know, it creates conglomerates of matter that become aware of themselves and the rest of the world, and begin to create distinctions and separate themselves from the world, and from that, they also start to conceptualize oughts. You know, things that should be. Events should happen this way. We have a desire for things to go this way because they're optimal for us, and they benefit a majority. You know, whatever the case may be, there's a nought. We somehow begin to say the world of isn't sufficient and isn't right, isn't morally right. We need to make corrections. We need to make alterations. We need to direct it. How do you do that from a materialistic and completely hard deterministic standpoint? You know, how does that happen? There seems to be like a massive gap, you know, this giant chasm between is and ought.
Yeah. It's it can go deep, and that's why a lot of people go through life comfortable with a very shallow sort of understanding about the world. Number one, because it works. It's not necessary to go deeper than that. plus the payoff socially is better. Believe me, if you're a philosophical minded person and you really take seriously these sort of questions and you spend a lot of time trying to really get at the bottom of it, it requires a lot of time and energy and focus. Well, where's your time and energy and focus on getting laid, man? Because you're too busy worried about shit like this, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, like, it's like, you know, I have to live
This is why I
dual
try to make
lives.
time for my wife.
Dude, I
Yeah.
live dual lives. Like, I do this on my show, and in my private life, I'm definitely reflecting on philosophy and the things we talk about daily. But when I go to the bar, like I usually go to this bar and meet up with my friend, and all we do is we sit around the campfire and catch up on what the latest, you know, news is around the campfire, you know, like with each other and what's going on. Like, I don't ever talk about this stuff with them because, number one, they wouldn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. They wouldn't care. And they'd think I was kind of weird, you know. I know they wouldn't appreciate. So, and I have fun with them on that level. We have a good time. Now, the cool thing is, from Reality Gone Mental, Alex, I come to learn recently that he actually lives in my same hometown. So,
so you're going to be hanging out with him.
Planning on getting together at the bar next week. Yeah. So, have a few drinks.
Drink some doobies, eh?
Yeah. So maybe we can start introducing.
Yeah. Sort of why not, man? Why not?
Why not? Shit.
Yeah. Anyway. Life's there to be lived.
Yeah.
That's what you ought to do.
Yeah, right. That's what I want to do.
I mean,
I can't choose my wants.
Well, I mean, I know sex feels great and all, but have you ever tried basking in the glory of the cosmos? Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. Exactly. Sex is one thing, but digging into the deeper points of Bernardo Kastrup, priceless.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, let me keep going.
I think Christopher Hitchens even appreciated that. He said, when I look at the cosmos, when I look at all those galaxies, when I look at the Hubble Space Telescope images, I get a sense of the numinous. And that's coming from an atheist and anti-theist. Even Christopher Hitchens experienced the profound in nature, in the universe, in reality, you know, because of how grand it all is, how vast, how infinite this universe appears to be, you know, and Christopher Hitchens was awed by it, and one might say he kind of worshipped the Einsteinian god, you know, the poetic god, if not the god of Spinoza.
Well, I went under anesthesia a few years ago for dental work, and you know, my first thing when I came out of it, talking to the doctor, because he'd asked about, you know, how did the anesthesia work, this and that. And my question was, hey man, where did my consciousness go when I was under anesthesia? And he was like, oh boy, you're one of those guys, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those guys. One of those consciousness guys.
I think we all are. Yeah. You have to go deep.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, I like going deep, you know.
I do, man. I think it's fun, especially when you get old. Keep going with this for a.
Yeah, we can
I
all
would say very
speculate.
central to good scaffolding is the creation of reasoning beings, people who can rein in their first order desires and for their own reason govern themselves, right? And so when I say that we have consciousness, it's not monolithic. We have multiple competing desires at the same time. So, you know, my hot system, let's say I'm Romeo, my hot system says I want to be with Juliet, and the cold system says, well, my father says the Capulets or Montagues are evil, therefore and so there's this conflict, right? And what's interesting is that, you know, most literature and religion really focuses on these topics of conflict in the conscious domain, right? So if I say to you, Romeo, you must kiss Juliet, he'd be like, okay. Or if I said, you know, Romeo, you must not eat that vomit. He'd be like, okay, right? But if I'm if I say, Romeo, or whatever, if you don't eat that vomit, I'm going to shoot, Juliet or something. Well, then there's a conflict situation between these different goal systems. And a very important part of consciousness is trying to deal with these large contextual issues and the issue of meaning so that we can fulfill goals like keeping Juliet alive. Now, I want to also say that agency. So agency is the capacity to do as you wish. And another part of agency is believing that you have the agency to do as you wish. Now, people in psychology talk about an internal locus of control where you feel like you are able to, affect things in the directions you want, versus an external locus of control where you think things just happen to you. Now, animals can be deeply affected by circumstance. So there are these beautiful experiments by Marty Seligman and others that look at learned helplessness, right? So they take 3 classes of dogs: the control group, where they just put them in a cage, they get shocked, and there's nothing they can do about it. Then another group, they get shocked, but they can press a button and get out. And another group is just some, group that's held in a cage, but then is let out. So let's just look at those first 2 groups. If you then take these 2 classes of dogs, the first one will have learned helplessness. Nothing they do can get them out of their situation. And so if you put them in a situation where they're getting shocked and the door's open, they don't leave. They believe that, the situation's hopeless, and therefore they do nothing. As opposed to those dogs who believe they could do something, and they do something. They press a button or they try to get out. Now, here's the concern about Robert's worldview that I take quite seriously. It is that I believe that this worldview that we are, in effect, just the victims of circumstance and genetics, none of which we chose. It's effectively like we're biochemical puppets. If you really believe that, I think you would have a kind of learned helplessness, a kind of hopelessness. And I know this from my own experience. I created a MOOC. It's called a Massive Open Online Course. It's on edX for free, Coursera, YouTube. And it's 83 little lectures, but hundreds, thousands of people have written me over the years thanking me for this lecture. Quite a few, I would say scores of people have written me saying, I read Sam Harris's book and I feel like I'm nothing but a biochemical puppet, and I was considering suicide, and so I think, honestly, and this is a worry, Robert, that your worldview is dismal and it's depressing, and it leads people to feel helpless and hopeless, and it might actually lead some people to commit suicide.
Ooh, that's a low blow, bro. That was kind of low, though, man. I don't think he meant to do that, but I see his point. But man, you got to be careful when you say shit like. See, this is the thing. This is the problem I have with people like Sophia. That's the kind of shit they'll say. Like, they ascribe like some kind of negative intention behind what you're saying. I don't know. I like what he said, though. I kind of understand and resonate with what he said, though, because it goes back to that experiment with the with the students who, when they were messaged all this no free will stuff, they just started cheating and doing bad stuff. So I get it, but I don't know. That's kind of a weird way to argue your point. What do you think? Did he say something wrong or what?
Well, I think primarily we should be concerned with truth, regardless of how we're affected.
Right.
I mean, that's my take anyway. And he touched upon something which we all need to take into consideration. What is each conscious agent learning from their experience? Are they learning that the world is a hopeless place, or a world full of opportunities for growth? And you know, I kind of believe in a type of faith, but not a blind faith, right? And that type of faith goes with hope, and it's and they're both practical in a way, as I view it. I'm not talking about a religious type of blind faith, right? That you should believe something willy nilly, no questions asked. I'm not talking about that type of faith. I'm talking about, say if you find yourself in a situation that appears to be hopeless, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're about to perish. Things look
Yeah.
dismal,
Yeah.
right? But you're also aware that you are a finite being, and you don't have all the information available about what surrounds you, and the world is very unpredictable in a way. So it's very uncertain, and that brings to mind the uncertainty principle as well. But say you're in a situation like, and I borrow this from a film. You're in a house and you're surrounded by villains, and it looks like there's no way out, and the villains are saying to you, come out, come out. If you come out now, nothing bad is going to happen to you. We just want what's in the house, but you have to come out. But you don't know whether you should trust that, so you stay in the house. And if you say to yourself, right, and you try to think of a way out, but if you say to yourself, there's definitely no way out, everything around me, and I know it's limited information, and I can't see what they've got. I can't see how they're going to move. I don't know if their guns are going to jam or not. I don't know any of that. But everything around me looks hopeless, like there's no way out. I'm doomed. If you say that to yourself, and you say to yourself, I'm definitely going to die, you're going to act that out. You're not even going to try. That's it. You're just looking around like a scientist, right? Let's say a deterministic scientist. You're looking around. This is the information I have. That's all I have to go by. Even though I would like to escape from this situation, there's no way out. So there's no point trying, even though I'm aware that this is only limited information with my limited senses. But if you say to yourself, the situation looks dire, but I'm hopeful, maybe there is a chance that if I run out in the dark very fast, there's a chance that the bullets are going to miss me. There's a chance that their guns are going to jam. I don't know. That could still be a possibility, however unlikely. And if I hope that something like that could happen, and if I have faith that there is a way out to be found, even though I see no evidence for it, there is a chance I might be able to survive. And that is a much more positive outlook than the one that says, this is dire. The situation is nihilistic. There's no way out. I
Well, yeah.
might as well
I
not
mean,
try. You're
that's
definitely going to
kind of
perish.
like an observer effect. It's almost like, if you perceive something a certain kind of way, then you're kind of influencing the outcome to be that kind of way. It's kind of like,
Yeah.
if I have, if I open my day up with, man, I'm not going to meet my goal today, so why even try? It sucks anyways to be out there
Yeah.
working and getting this money. Like, I'm probably not going to do it. Then you know what? That's probably going to
Definitely not.
somehow affect the outcome somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe that affected the outcome, where I could turn around and say, well, if I try harder and just transcend this feeling, I can push through it. And in spite of my feelings, do something positive. Then that's kind of like a superpower. But I guess someone like Robert Sapolsky would like to say, well, you were determined to actually do the more positive thing. It just didn't feel like it. It felt like to you, the illusion was you had free will to will yourself through the hard times. But in fact, that was just determinism at work. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why I say it turns into semantics, because whichever story is right, it all ends up the same. Like it's still a fact.
You can frame it in so many ways.
And like you said, it's just so how you view, how you're going to come to view it is just going to depend on your frame of mind. Like take nihilism, for example. Some people will come to the conclusion that there is no intrinsic meaning, and to them that's just like one of the most wondrous things for them to come upon. Like, oh, I can make my own meaning, and they go about their merry way. And then some people will come to the nihilism and be like, oh, there's no meaning to life. Oh, and then they go down this depressive.
Yes, exactly, Neil. And this is this kind of gets back to spirituality, oddly enough, ironically.
Don't be triggering Matt now.
Yeah. It's like, hey, I have a spiritual belief that I am the author of my life, that I create my own reality, that my outcomes depend on the mentality that I put into it, the energy that I put into it mentally. But on my intellectual side, I'll say, oh no, that's just woo-woo. Actually, it's possibly we live in a determined world. And actually, to some extent we do. Even though I know that intellectually, I choose to feed myself the woo. Why? Because the outcome is better. I realized that all those years that I was the hard determinist, materialist person, my outcomes were very kind of bullshit. But then when I turned into a more positive thinker with all that stuff, believing in free will, all of a sudden my outcomes became better. But my intellectual side says it's still determinism. But I don't care, because I'm still going to believe that it's not determinism, that it's totally free will. So it's almost like, this is what I'm talking about, that paraconsistent sort of thing.
And like and let's say determinism is like 100% true. Like, okay, for me that's just I still have to go to sleep, wake up in the morning, make my decision, make my choices throughout my day. Like, I still don't know what the future holds. Like, as far as I can tell, I'm still, it's like my mind is telling me I'm still the the author of my destiny, because it's like,
but you know what, you can determine your future through your free will. So determination can come out of free will. And the thing is, right, belief is quite powerful in making that determination. Because one of the first lessons I learned, that we are actually much more, we have far more potential than we actually think we do at present, right? We tend to say, oh, I can't do that, I can't do that. But when I was about 10, I saw a basketballer on the telly spinning a ball on his finger, right? His index finger. And I said to myself, I want to do that. I really want to do that. So I began to try to do that. And I kept dropping the ball instantly. And I dropped the ball so many times. I must have dropped the ball like thousands of times, but I persevered because I wanted to do that so badly. I wanted to hone that skill, right? And no matter how many times I dropped that ball, I kept saying to myself, no, I can do this. I can do it. I can do it. And I really believed it, because I was only a kid, Scott. And I said to myself, if that guy can do it, so can I. And I persevered. And eventually, after so many tries, after so many fails, I began to spin the ball on my index finger, and I surprised myself. And it became second nature. you know, it gradually got easier and easier. It's almost like I instinctively knew how to move my hand, my finger, you know, how to balance the ball. I became gradually more and more confident, and all of that came out of belief and perseverance. Because if I had said to myself after dropping the ball, say about 5 times, I can't do it, then I
Yeah.
definitely wouldn't be able to do it. And it takes a kind of belief, you know, even if the evidence that I'm dropping the ball so many times, thousands of times, it looks hopeless. Even if that is telling you, oh, you can't do it, you know, and many people around you, if they saw you drop the ball so many times, they would probably be inclined to say, look, just give up, mate. You can't do it. You're shit. But if you don't listen to that and you persevere because you believe you can do it, and it takes perseverance, and you can learn from your mistakes, you will eventually get there if you really believe. So to me, that's the lesson. One of the lessons I took from that experience in my life. I was only 10. I realized, okay, I actually have more potential than I initially believed. You know, all it took was an incentive. All it took was for me to watch someone do that, and say to myself, if he can do it, so can I. I really want, and it required passion. Passion goes along with it. You have to have passion for it. You have to want to do something. You have to really appreciate the act.
Well,
So
you have
you
a
have to
competitive
appreciate
nature.
someone. Yeah.
That's your competitive nature. So you're competing against yourself. So you're saying, look, part of me is saying, man, you can't do it. And then another side of you is saying, fuck you, I can do it. But the other
Yeah.
side saying, no, you can't do it. Just give up. And you're like, no, I'm going to show you. And you're going to
Yeah.
pick up the ball and you're going to learn. So that's
Yeah.
your part of the will of your nature. It's kind of like I
Yeah.
have that same issue, even sometimes to my detriment, but it's still the thing that causes you to sort of overcome opposing feelings that also exist, because we're paradoxes walking around. So we feel one way, or we think and believe one thing, but we also can believe other things at the same time. And
I
it's
think
really
you owe
weird.
it. Yeah, I think you owe it to your future self to have a positive attitude about life and how you go about things. I think because it's almost like paying something forward to your future self. You're doing this for your future self's benefit, you know, and it's almost like I look back and I'm thanking that 10-year-old boy for having persevered, because today I can spin any ball on my index finger, and I enjoy doing that, you know, and now I'm able to show that to my kids, and my kids can also try. And it's a skill, and it's something simple, but it's so powerful. The lesson behind it is so powerful, because if you can do that one simple thing, what else are you able to do, you know?
Hey, I was just telling Brooklyn Lou this on a recent interview we did. We were talking about beliefs and the power of belief and the power of the shift. And one of the examples, and this was fairly recent, because so this is what happened to me like well over 6 months ago. I lost my job to no fault of my own, really. And I found myself unemployed with all these bills to pay as everybody else has to pay. And I had to figure out, what am I going to do for income? So I started delivering stuff, through DoorDash and other things. And then my car blew up. My engine blew up all of a sudden. So fortunately, my warranty put a brand new spanking new engine in my new car. And that was a blessing, but it took a whole month. So for a whole month, I was without a job. And on top of that, while that happened, someone went into my bank account and stole over $3,000, which I was supposed to.
Man.
While I was doing that, I was supposed to live on
Very
that.
dispiriting. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was very dispiriting, very victimizing, and I just felt like, damn, I just give up, man. They ended me. I mean, no car, no way to make money, and the money that I do have just got robbed, stolen. So I'm
It
fucked.
makes you want to give up. Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, so I had to. So I just thought outside the box, and I thought about doing a GoFundMe, and I did a GoFundMe, and sure enough, people funded me to pay my bills for the next month, and I got through it, and then I was able to deliver. So I got over that one. But then when I started delivering, I was so far behind, and trying to deliver, I wasn't making enough money to catch up with everything I needed to do to catch up on and keep with the new stuff coming in and eat and all that too. So I was just struggling. And then I didn't know what I was going to do because there wasn't enough hours in the day, I thought. So then I looked at this video, and oddly enough, you remember those Buddhist monks who were hiking through America from Texas to Washington, D.C. And one of the main guy gave a speech, and somebody was crying about her situation in life. And the monk said, you need to stop crying, and you need to understand that the power of belief, like you need to believe you can do better, and you need to, and what you can do are very simple things. You need to stop and breathe and refocus, and then do it again as much as you have to get your belief to shift. And he goes, and I'll give you an example. He said, I'm walking barefooted in the dead of winter from fucking Texas all the way up to Washington, D.C. That ain't easy. Every day, every step, I'm going to fail. Every step, I can't do it. But what I do, I stop, I focus, I breathe, and I take the next step. And it's a very small thing, but I just do that. So I thought, let me take his advice. So I did the same thing, man. I just focused, I breathed deeply, I stopped thinking negative. Next thing you know, I've tripled my income just by shifting my attitude and my thought and pushing through it. And now it's like I've adapted to where now I'm comfortable at this level. Now I'm trying to go past that. Now I'm trying to break a new barrier. So it's like, well done, wow, I didn't think I could eat. Like for me, I didn't think I could even do that, But it's like power.
You surprise yourself.
Yeah, you surprise yourself. But what about, where does that leave determinism and will, right?
Well, I'll pay you back that $3,000 someday, Scott.
Thank you. Yeah, it was all of that shit was so depressing, man. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. All of that stuff just took this wind out of my sails. So it's like I had no motivation to try anymore. But fuck, what else am I gonna do? Be homeless?
So, sometimes Stoicism, a blend of Stoicism and Buddhism can help. Where Stoicism can help you to figure out the things that you can immediately control and the things that are beyond your control, and you can take steps from that. And then with Buddhism, if it doesn't go your way, you can always find some kind of acceptance. You can say to yourself, well, I can do my best, and knowing that it could still fail. And if it fails, I'm okay with it because I can always try again. And it's a recipe that Darren Brown came up with when he wrote his only philosophical book, I believe, called Happy. He said, Stoicism is the best philosophy for life that humans have come up with. And you can also sprinkle it with a bit of Buddhism, where you can say to yourself, if it still fails, you're okay with it. You have no choice but to accept it. And there you go. Sometimes you just have no choice.
I was talking to Lou when all this stuff was going on, and we both agreed. We're like, sometimes you just have to embrace the suffering rather than resist it. Just embrace it. And that's actually a Buddhist thing about you know, the law of you know, non-attachment. Like, just, you know, don't get attached to things being better than they are. Just accept that the way they are and embrace it and work within it. And then, you know, because reality is what it is. There's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do about that. But what you can do is you can try to figure out ways to change your attitude about it. You know, and I know that sucks. That sounds like a fucking sucky thing to tell somebody. But really, at the end of the day, that's what it really boiled down to for me. I had to do that. I had to just stop thinking about it a certain way and just, you know, and it made the difference. So it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can find, I know people say, oh, heaven and hell don't exist, unless you're really into, you know, the ions type of stuff and NDEs and stuff like that. Then you can view experiences as hellish or heavenly. But here on Earth, there are many temptations that can lead you astray, and you can really fuck up your life, you know. And there is a truth in the saying that, you know, the road to hell looks like heaven, and the road to heaven looks like hell. Sometimes you really have to work hard and suffer, but if you survive, you'll come out a stronger person, able to deal with anything that this world throws at you. And then you'll be confident and you'll feel strong. And that is a type of heavenly experience, because you managed to improve yourself. But if you are the type of person that can just wants comfort and avoids pain, you can easily fall into temptations, you know, and those temptations, you can develop, you know, you can develop bad habits. You can become addicted to things, and that can really lead you astray. And in the end, you will suffer tenfold. What, you know, instead of avoiding the problems that you have now, why not tackle them, lest they become even bigger problems? You know, if you don't tackle the tiny dragon now, that dragon is only going to grow and grow and grow, and then it will feel like there's no way out. And this is probably why people
you're describing spirituality to me, some aspect of spirituality, because like these sort of principles and values and ideas you're pretty much talking about are what you call spiritual or wisdom teachings, and they prepare you, because it's like Sam Harris said the same thing in his book about spirituality, and he was saying that
waking up.
His book Waking Up, and he was saying that it's not a question of when, if, it's a question of when hard times are about to hit you. So the preparation should be now. Now is the time that you start to, you know, humble yourself. You start to appreciate things. You start to recognize, you know, where your superpowers are, you know, and reclaiming your beliefs and reclaiming because that time is coming. And at that time, that's all you have to fall on at that point.
Yeah.
And what else is going to get you through it? If you haven't built up anything in your emotional bank account for that, then you're kind of ass out, you know, and you're going to be one of those
If you're
guys.
a good boy, you'll get presents for Christmas. If you misbehave, you're on the naughty list. There's no, you know, it's one or the other. That's your motivation right there in this life. If you want to be rewarded, you know, you have to behave a certain way. There's no other option.
Yeah. It's just a matter of,
you need to be orderly.
You know, the spiritual life is all about outlooks, your subjective experience, your psychology. It's like a huge umbrella of things that go into in beliefs. And some of these beliefs are in contradiction to the evidence. And I think free will is one of those things that if you believe in free will, it can be your superpower, despite even not having evidence for the absolute free will or whatever.
That's
just
right.
by you taking that on, sincerely can be your superpower. And that's what I kind of learned, because if I would have stuck into, well, everything that's happening to me is just determined anyway, so why worry about it? Then I'll just be comfortable with being a homeless bum, because hey, I can't do anything about it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It would be a kind of fatalism.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm gonna grab some dinner, but
Okay, man.
I'm gonna have to watch this back, and I hope you two handle it. But yeah, it's been a
I'm just
pleasure,
gonna
Scott.
play a little
I'll see
bit
you next
more.
time.
I'm not gonna.
And
Yeah.
thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Me too.
Yeah. All
Take
right,
care.
Orlando. We'll see you, buddy. Yeah, man.
No problem. Take care, man.
All right. Take care, buddy.
Take
All
care.
right. I'm just gonna play a little bit more. I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing, because I can't be here for 5 hours again, bro. Let me try this. Play a little bit more.
Thank you, Peter. So maybe, please, Robert, go ahead if you have any comments. Also, please reply about the agency concept that is being used within the books and also literature, as well as we move gradually to moral responsibility, as Peter mentioned.
Well, I think we've been brought center ring with this, with wonderful words like dismal and depressing. Of course, like the infuriating response is, so what if that's what the world's like? Suck it up. But that's not very useful right here. Yeah, we're puppets. Paramecia are puppets. Redwood trees are puppets. We're all biological machines, but the critical thing, which does not at all violate us having no free will, is we're the only biological puppets who could know that we are, and who could learn how our buttons work and where the levers are, and can then change our subsequent behavior by having acquired the knowledge about the button is here. But of course, that is still within a framework of no free will. For example, you have two individuals, they're both alcoholics, they're trying to recover, they're both standing on a street corner, they have to get somewhere perpendicular to where they are now, and they can go down this street and then a left, or they can go this way and then a right, and they both know there's a bar down this block, and they both know that they shouldn't take that route, because if they walk past a bar, they're going to be tempted to go in. They've learned about that button in them. And then one of them walks the other way, and then one of them walks right down that street and goes into the bar. Wait. Oh, there's an additional layer. We're machines that can learn where the buttons are. And it's the sheer luck without free will that some of us then have the discipline, turned out to be the sort of individual with the discipline to be able to act on that knowledge of that button. Wow, why do some of us have that discipline, not others? Because of your prenatal environment and frontal cortical development and socioeconomic status of your parents and et cetera, et cetera. We're the only species that knows we're machines. We're the only ones who could learn where the buttons are, but it's the same lack of free will going into some of us are good at then opportunizing that knowledge, and some of us never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity, and that sort of thing. Where does this take us in terms of moral responsibility? This is where I'm out on the lunatic fringe again, in saying if you really follow through the implications of saying there's no free will, blame and punishment are always intellectually and ethically unacceptable. Praise and reward are as well. Both punishment and reward could be good instrumental tools, but they have no moral value in and of themselves. None of us are entitled to anything. None of us have earned anything. Retribution, the notion of justice being served, is nonsensical. hating someone makes as little sense as hating a virus that's good at getting into our lungs. Those are the only logical conclusions you can reach. Actually living your life based on that, good luck with trying to do that. And good luck to me. I've been thinking this way forever, and I can barely ever truly act as if I think.
But I kind of think that's a false dichotomy. Like, that's not the only logical conclusion you can come to. You can maybe accept that and also believe in free will for other reasons, like we were just talking about. What do you think, Neil?
I mean, well, that and it's like, it's, two things that can be true and all, still be conflicting with each other. Like, maybe it's true that there is no free will, but it's also true that we're social species, and it doesn't matter, whether free will exists or not. There has to be consequences for people's actions in order for a society to function.
It's kind of like, I used to take martial arts as a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of what my instructor said was, because I used to, when I was a kid, I was trying to break through that wooden board,
Mm-hmm.
punch through it, kick through it, whatever.
Yeah.
And I could never bust through that board no matter what for the longest time. And I was just trying to just break it the hard as I could. And then my instructor said, no, you have to visualize. Don't try to punch the board. Try to punch this invisible person behind the board. And then focus on that and try to get at him. Right. And then that's when I started breaking through the board. So it's almost like your beliefs can sort of transcend your limitations, even if those limitations are kind of true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like free will probably isn't true, right? You could say.
Mm-hmm.
But by believing in free will, you can kind of make things happen that otherwise wouldn't have. And maybe you can even say that even that belief was determined. But so what? Right? What's important is that you reach your goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. All of this sort of boils down to a lot of semantics. I'm just going to kind of end the video here because they're sort of just doing that.
Yeah.
They're kind of just going back and forth, and it's turning into a semantical argument to me. It wasn't as groundbreaking as I thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm. No. And, going back to, trying to change your mindset and everything, more positive mindset, like you said earlier, easier said than done,
Mm-hmm.
especially when we are now bombarded with social media. And, there is, if you have a smart device in your hand, you're looking at it almost 24/7. You're never shutting off your brain unless you're sleeping.
Yeah. I saw a video that kind of, seeing how this relates for some reason, you brought that up. It's kind of like when it comes to beliefs, like holding separate beliefs at the same time. Like I saw this video where this person was like really outraged about some of the things we do, like I think she went all the way back to like slavery. Like, oh, we do very immoral things to each other in order to benefit from them, like slavery of others, to make our society and build our nations and societies and things. We do it off the back of slaves and all these other things. And the comedian kind of pointed out that, hey, but I see in your hand you're reading off a smartphone. She's like, yeah, so am I not supposed to read off a smartphone? I have notes or whatever. And he's like, no, the point that I'm trying to make is that, the places where they make those chips, people are literally jumping out of the window, committing suicide because it's a nightmare in those places. And then, you have cobalt miners, like these are underage slaves, kids in Nigeria or Africa in the Congo, digging diamonds and digging cobalt up and stuff we use for jewelry and also for our cell phones and stuff. So it's like you're benefiting from slavery.
Mhm.
You know, if you were really consistent with your beliefs, it seems like you wouldn't have a cell phone because
Well,
she doesn't eat meat for the reason that it's cruel to animals, you know, she had said.
well, I mean, yeah, it's like we are in this system, and it's not easy to just be like, I'm opting out, because then,
Right.
well, where are you going to go?
Yeah, right. So it's kind of like the same thing with the free will. Like, where are you going to go? Okay, you don't have free will. Does that mean you just ain't going to do shit anymore? What does that mean?
Mhm.
It just turns into madness at the end of the day. But it's fun. You know, we like to, you know, go into these sort of things and ask these kind of questions. You know, consciousness shit is like that, you know.
I mean, you know, it's one of those things where you gotta, you know, if you can, you know, make your outlook more positive, obviously do that. But at the same time, don't fall into the trap of thinking that's the only thing you have to do. You know, you got to, you know, follow that up with action. You got to follow that up with, all right, well, you know, society sucks. What can I do to change society? You know, what part can I play in making a better world? You know,
I mean, it's either Kamala or Trump.
yeah. Well,
And people decided Trump.
yeah, they did.
And
now
look.
Yeah, it really was the worst time for me to realize I'm a trans woman. So yeah.
Oh, I know, man. Because the fear of that. Because, you know, people like that are egomaniacs, you know, and they thrive off dualities like that. They thrive off the us versus them stuff. Blacks versus white, trans versus non-trans or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's really going to require a shift in our thinking. But when you talk about that, it sounds so airy-fairy. Yet it's really the only way. Like, I was on Objective Ethics channel. We were talking the other day, and this person was a behaviorist, which is like a philosophy. It's kind of like a conservative right-wing philosophy that says we should behave in society and make rules and make things in society according to the theory of evolution by natural selection. And his interpretation of evolution was that the strong will survive, you know. So
So
people,
she was a social Darwinist. Okay.
yeah, so right, social Darwinism. So it's like, if people just can't make it, fuck them. If they're not of value to society, they're weak and they should be purged out via natural selection. You know, and that was pretty much the idea, you know. And I was on there to debate that view, right? So I was coming from a non-dualist point of view, which was, you know, oddly enough, he says, you know, it's like, it's not that simple. We should have compassion, empathy. We should try to work towards solutions in that spirit. That was my whole point. And she was saying, no, look, if a fat person wants to lose weight, she needs to fucking stop eating so much. That's just the facts. There's no feeling sorry. There's no trying to work with her, talk to her. Look, it boils down to either you're going to stop taking in those calories or you're just going to always remain a fat person. And that's how we need to run society or whatever. And I was like, no, I think that, you know, it's very simplistic thinking. Like, unfortunately, humans are very complicated. We should try to seek understanding in ways to help her to want to stop eating so much, you know? And
or, you know,
oh, that's just, oh, so you think you're going to change the world, that we should just, it all, I guess you're like still stuck in the 60s with the Beatles, like love is the answer, right? And I was like, yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Love, that's really it. She's like, oh, that's so stupid. That is so airy fairy and blah blah blah. And I was like, yeah, well, it's kind of odd. You just made that argument yourself that fat people just need to stop eating. I can say that's airy fairy. That's, you know, like
especially when it's, you know, you didn't even, it's like we haven't even brought in genetics or, you know, the endocrine system, all these other factors that could play into, you know, someone's weight.
Yeah, it's like, it's not that hard to figure out. It's like, if you want, you know, if you're a doctor or a nutritionist and you're trying to help a client to learn to lose weight, you don't just tell them, look, either you just stop eating, because then anybody could be a nutritionist if that's the case. Right? Like, there's got to be, there's a reason why it's not that simple. And that's what we're trying to figure out. So maybe if they find out what could, you know, address certain problems, yeah, like couples' life, like diabetes and hypoglycemia, things like that. Those are conditions, very real conditions, and you work within those conditions in order to motivate change, right? That's not copping out. That's not victim mentality, like she said. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just being realistic in my view. And I think that the same thing with non-dualism. Yeah, it's just kind of black and white to say we ought to just love each other. Well, there's a way to get there too. You know, just like there's a way to get there within glycemia and all this kind of stuff, you know? But yeah, I mean, nothing's really easy, but I think that approaching it through that lens is probably more, in my opinion, it's more progressive.
Yeah. It's just like, you know, I just want to be able to live my life in peace and be able to transition. But it's like every day I seem to look at the news and there's some sort of anti-trans law passing somewhere in the country. It's
just stop being that. Stop being that way. That's all you have to do.
Oh, right.
You know, if you want to not go through the depression, then start doing what people want you to do.
All right.
You know, that's their mentality. It's very simplistic. And it's all, to me, that stuff is based on, it's kind of hateful, if you get my opinion. Like, I think that people who say stuff like that about trans people or fat people or whatever the case is, they're hateful. It's, they want to feel they can somehow cause you suffering for things you can't help and then make you accountable for it. You know, it's really kind of sick, but it's promoted by all these, you know, talking heads who aren't scientists. They're never scientists. They're never philosophers. They're always just a bunch of YouTube experts like Matt Walsh and people like that.
Well, I mean, it's also funny that, you know, they keep screaming at trans people for being pedophiles, and yet it's always the one screaming who, it's like you hear in the news, you know, caught in a pedophile ring. You know, it's like they're the ones who are the actual pedophiles.
Yeah, one of the politicians down here got busted. He used to run a here in Florida a gay, you know, turn you not gay kind of fucking boot camp or whatever for gay people. Turns out that he got caught luring young boys, you know. Yeah, how ironical. You know. It's like these people are sick, man.
It's like maybe we should be looking at the people who are in the Epstein list, and you know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's like they're always, I don't know, man. That's why I don't really get into politics too much. It just kind of, what's infuriating is the non-thinking that goes into it all. It's just, it's all about tribalism, you know? And I'm just done. I've been done with that for so many, but it's so necessary, because if it wasn't for our political activists and people like that, you know, gay marriage wouldn't be a thing.
No,
You know, and
I have no choice but to be political because my entire existence has been politicized. So,
yep,
yeah.
you are political. They made you.
I mean, apparently being trans is an ideology somehow. I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
just-
and extreme transgenderism or something like that has been labeled as being terroristic. So I guess I'm a terrorist now. I don't know.
Mhm.
Somehow.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, because you know the anger and the yeah, it makes sense because you're depressed. And you're depressed because you're choosing the wrong lifestyle. All you have to do is make another choice.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Culture bullshit. But anyways, man, we beat this horse completely dead, and we kept beating it. So good on us for that. We'll find another dead horse to beat maybe tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll have this debate with Miss Sophia tomorrow. That ought to be fun. Yay!
So 10 Central, was it?
Yep, 10 a.m. Central. It's going down.
I mean,
moderators used to be friends. Now they're at each other over philosophy.
I mean, I guess I have no choice but to tune in and watch.
Please follow the determined path for you, sir. You have to, because that's your determined path in life. Predestination. And most people are prejudiced against ugly people. They never get attention or respect. That's a good point, man. I think that most people, that's the one thing no one wants to be. It's like, I'd rather be black than an ugly person. Because no one wants to kiss you. Imagine going through life, no one wants to have any affection for you. Oh. Yeah, it gets dark. All right, man, let me get out of here. You guys be good. Thank you, Nell. You were really gracious for showing up. And I appreciate that.
I appreciate you having me on.
Yes, ma'am. And we'll see everybody tomorrow at 10 a.m., man. Tune in. It's going down. Later on, guys.